Well, I'm headed off to Australia, and you can't really get there from Oklahoma, so you gotta make a stop. And that stop just happens to be Magic Mountain. It's the first time I've been here in over a year, so let's see what's changed and check everything out. So as expected, it was inevitable. Six Flags membership bottles are officially going away. Just read that yesterday. So we'll see what happens. If I try to refill this, are they gonna try to like run me down with their trucks? I don't know. We'll find out, but I'll let you know. I think I'm gonna get my new 2024 bottles today. Look, it's my baby Viper. I'm gonna drag some people on this today. You can see they completely ripped out all the ticket booths here. But all in all, it doesn't look all that much different. Alright, well, the line to get in looks pretty long. Still have the Holiday in the Park signage up, which is interesting. Okay, so back at home in Oklahoma, it's about 17 degrees right now. Here in Valencia, it's about 60, so I can't complain. It's gonna get me better though. In Australia, it's like 95. So I'm gonna leave winter behind, go find summer. Okay, so the bridge for X2 is open and the ride's not yet, but it's testing, so that is a good sign. That's wouldn't be the first time they've tested a ride and not opened it. So I need to get my X2 fix. Alright, last ride I rode here when I was here a year ago was Tatsu. It's the first ride I rode here, now that I'm back a year later. And look, I ran into Mr. Teeny Weeny himself. What's up? It's Sam. Teeny Weeny! What's more intense, Teeny Weeny's Helix or the Pretzel Loop?
I can't tell you, I blacked out on Teeny Weeny's Helix.
Yeah, I blacked out from excitement. So let's go see if X2's open. I need to get my X2 fix. X2 is open. Let's see if they're running more than one train.
We are experiencing an extended delay.
Extended delay. You know, X2, I'm only here for a day. Gotta work with me a little bit. Doesn't look like Twisted Colossus is gonna open today either. Maybe we'll get lucky. But I guess, I don't know, they have like another few coasters here. I guess we can check those out. All right, this day is not going great so far. I'm gonna start doing a strike list like I did for Six Flags America. So all right, strike one, Tatsu, one train. Strike two, X2 broke down. Let's see how many we can amass today. Okay, let's go to a good arrow that's actually open. Let's do Viper. All right, everyone's flooding the Viper. This is bad. This is not a good time. But if they're running two trains, it should be all right, but I have low expectations. This is what happens when the rides are closed all around here and Viper has one train. This is brutal. So, strike three, Magic Mountain. How many more can you get? All right, Magic Mountain. What's this? What's going on here? Something's happening. I don't think it's good.
You can scream and you can shout, but it's still like a chicken now. Enjoy your ride here on the Mighty Viper. What just happened?
Alright, I gotta give Viper its credit. Viper's amazing. Rode towards the middle. Super intense, not rough, right? Not rough at all.
Sorry?
I think I'm all alone on this one. I'm a lone wolf on Viper. Viper, top 100 coaster. Top 3 or 4 in the park. Yeah. If it wasn't so long, I'd hop on again, but what are you gonna do? I think Twisted is gonna be open. So, 2 trains though. So I might have to give Magic Mountain another strike for that one. But we're going there anyway, because it's the best ride in California. All right, here we go, Golden Bear Theater. It's the last time I'll probably ever see it. I actually had to do a training in here once, which was fun, but historic Magic Mountain landmark gone. Also, the Six Flags bus used to be here, and that's gone too. That's too bad. All right, Holiday in the Park in the Gleam Punk District. It's just for the record, it is January 13th. So, yeah, we're headed down to Twisted Colossus, and for lucky, get a ride on Scream. Oh boy. All right, we're gonna skip Twisted Colossus for now. We gotta use our skip the lines on that because that is 2 trains, which is, by the way, strike 4. And then we're gonna ride Scream, which I just have a feeling in general is gonna be strike 5. Here we go. All right, 1 train on Scream. See if that matters. All right, this is what I like to see. Station wait. Empty rows. One train.
Hey, bye.
Scream. That was Sam. What do you think? Best ride you've had on that long
That's
time?
the best ride I've had on that in a while, and I come here fairly often.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't ridden this in a couple of years, but that was not that bad, which is like probably the nicest thing I've ever said about Scream. Not that bad. Excitement level is not that great, but it did not scramble my brains. A little bit on the first drop, but I can overlook that. So Scream, you know, if you come to Magic Mountain, don't be afraid of it, because it's not going to hurt you that bad this time. Okay, so 2 trains on Twisted Colossus isn't ideal, but still got the back row. Still tossed me around like it always does. So Twisted Colossus, you just took a strike away from Magic Mountain. So thank you. All right, Magic Mountain, I'll take away all your strikes if you have Cheetos popcorn. All will be forgiven. Let's see. Six Flags, all is forgiven. Cheetos popcorn acquired, all strikes gone. Start fresh. We got popcorn. All right, everyone take your piece. Yep. It's good stuff, man. We got West Coast Racers. Look, line not too bad. Not too bad in here either. Let's get our West Coast on. And just like that, we are out of the West Coast Racers line because it broke. So I gotta start you over, Six Flags. Popcorn was good, but I gotta give you another strike for this one. These people look bored. How long they'll be stuck there, nobody knows. I guess not too long. All right, we are in the West Coast station. Only broke down for about 5 minutes. Got a bathroom break out of the deal, and gonna ride. All right, West Coast. Good ride as always. Is it like top tier in the park? I don't know. But I do like how when on that mid-course launch, it kind of like snaps your head back and you slam it against the back. That's always awesome. Kind of makes you forget about all the breakdowns and the long wait. But yeah, West Coast Racers, pretty solid. Good to get back on this for the first time in a long time. I found the bus. It's been moved under West Coast Racers. So if you look very closely, you'll see Mr. Six in there doing whatever it is he does. He's still employed? I don't know. Budget cuts? Anyway, here's the bus. All right, X2, let's try this one more time. This is my last chance. You break down on me again, I'm gonna lose it. X2 is basically station wait. That's good, because I think they're only running one train. So I'll give them a strike, take away a strike, call it even. We got a guest survey kiosk. What do you think about X2? I think that was spectacular. Day overall, I can't complain that much. And all the rest of the questions. So that was, I gotta apologize to X2. For one, station wait, awesome. 2 trains, I thought there was 1, so sorry about that. And they had fire on the fire effect, which I have not seen that in a long time. So, I think X2 just made up for everything that's gone wrong today, which honestly I can't really complain too much about. I'm just kind of joking around most of the time. But no strikes. Let's like just wipe away all the strikes from Six Flags today. We're actually doing pretty good. I think we're gonna try to get Wonder Woman. And if I have time, I want to ride Goliath just for the laughs. Sam, you're significantly younger than I am, and yet you wanted to ride the inside seat. Leave the old guy to the outside seat. What's up with that?
I've got years of work ahead of me. Got to keep my brain intact.
Okay, but mine's already fried, so it doesn't matter, right? thanks. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas, everyone. How far is Christmas from now? About 325 days? I don't know. I think it's too late for that. Alright, I'd love to get on Wonder Woman, but that line is not going to be fun. So I might have to skip the old single rail this time around. Instead, let's go walk on Batman. Batman the ride. That was awesome. It wasn't overly superly intense. That's a word. There it goes. But it was smooth as glass. It looks beautiful. I think it got some paint recently or something. I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, Batman the ride. Impressed. Chrisanity delivered. Sam?
Oh, it's awesome. Absolutely love them now.
He loves Frisbees now, so go figure, right? But yeah, that was awesome cycle. We got stuck in a backwards loop where we were like hitting the peak, going backwards. I felt like we were going upside down. That was a long ride cycle. So last time we rode Chrisanity with Sophie, I was kind of like not feeling it. This time, awesome. Let's see how long this line is, see if it's worth it. Look at that crawl off the mid-course. It's gonna make it there eventually, don't worry. Look at this, no one wants to ride Goliath? Come on, this is a good ride. Not really. Goliath. You know, I went in with no expectations and I came out with even less expectations. Sam?
Well, not much to say. It's just
there. It's there.
present.
It's like it's sitting there. It's like a big old orange paperweight.
Shows up to class, says nothing.
Yeah.
Gets a C.
It's there.
Moves on.
It's there. It didn't hurt. Didn't really give me any airtime or any positives, and even the helix was just kind of like whatever. Didn't even gray out or anything. So Goliath, I don't know.
The Jolly Orange Mine Train.
Just to think, man, Nitro, Raging Bull, those came at the same time as this, and this is what we got at Magic Mountain. Cool sign. That's all I can say about it. Full Throttle was going to be the last ride of the day. Pretty awesome ride. Super smooth, super forceful. Sam, Full Throttle?
It's a great ride.
Good as always.
I thoroughly like it.
It's weird seeing you stateside. I've never seen you in the U.S. before. I've seen you in a bunch of other countries, but never in the U.S. You look different here. I don't know what it is. Must be camera adds 10 pounds or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
America.
Oh, wow.
America
well,
adds
that
10
was lovely. There's a little revenge for the protecting my brain comment earlier.
Yeah, I was working that up. So anyway, we are literally leaving Six Flags Magic Mountain right now. I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed. No, I'm just kidding. Going to Australia. So I'm going to be up for a couple days. I don't even know what day it's going to be here when I get there or whatever, but it's going to go with the flow. So Magic Mountain, a little rough start, but ended up being a good time. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys join me in Australia, and I'll see you next time. Everyone, this is it. Welcome to Sydney, Australia, and you can see the downtown right there. Opera House is somewhere over there. We got a cricket court right there, which is awesome. Maybe you can catch a match. Cause I have no idea how to play cricket. It's gonna be amazing to see. They actually like get something going down there. Cricket, it's like baseball, but you know, backwards, or it's not. So it took about 24 hours to get from LAX to this hotel in Sydney. It was a crazy trip. So far, Australia has been interesting. First of all, they check your bags like way too much. Like they check your bags before you get on the plane, after you get on the plane, before you get on the next plane. It's like how many times you need to go through security. It's pretty crazy. They drive on the wrong side of the road here. And I say the wrong side, I know the left side, but even though like the escalators even go up the opposite way of what you would expect, which is kind of bizarre. And the McDonald's, they actually have, or as they call it here, Macca's. They actually have onion rings, which is like, McDonald's has onion rings. That's weird. So, yeah, we're staying at the Siebel Hotel in Chatswood, and we are like gonna hit the city for 3 days, and then we're gonna roll on to the Gold Coast. So, I'm gonna let you guys in on what Sydney's like, and then of course the main event here is Luna Park. All right, so welcome to day one in Australia. This is our first official day of actually doing stuff, like doing fun stuff. So, as you can see, here's downtown Sydney. Over the past like 20 minutes, it's like a cloud is like settling over it. But we shouldn't get any rain today. I don't know what it's gonna look like over there, but I guess we'll find out. So, day one, Luna Park, let's go. Still trying to figure out McDonald's iced coffee here. You know, I love iced coffee. I'm a big iced coffee fan. Sorry, not McDonald's, Macca's. But this is like a latte. I didn't know they made cups this small. This is crazy. Okay, so we walk up to the ticket booth, and it says that the Wild Mouse is closed, which I kind of expected. And then also Big Dipper and Boomerang are closed. I'm like, are we really gonna come here and ride the Little Nipper? Because that's stupid. But I did ask them, and they said that they would be opening maybe a little bit later, which is good. So we bought the passes, 75 Australian. A little steep, but hey, you know, once in a lifetime experience. Let's do it. It's only fitting that my first ride in Australia is going to be the Little Nipper. This is a massive family coaster. I'm just telling myself that so I don't get embarrassed. But I figure if I lose my integrity now, I won't have to worry about it later. So let's do it. There it is in all its glory, the Little Nipper. Shark trains and all. This is going to be awesome. Okay, so Little Nipper, a little disappointed because I did not get as much whip in the back row as I wanted to. It's a little bit too banked. Need to get rid of that bank. But first credit in the Southern Hemisphere achieved. I think next we're gonna do this crazy inverting pendulum. Because it's open and it looks awesome. Alright, so there's Big Dipper. That's where we're going next. That's pretty good. It looks a little shaky though, so I'm a little nervous. But bad news, it started raining, but hopefully it goes away soon. Good news, Sledgehammer, freaking awesome. One of the best pendulum rides I've ever been on. Hangs you all the way around, spins you upside down at the top, and like that thing gets to your head, but it is amazing.
I was at the back, so I didn't.
This whole queue is filled with tributes to the old Big Dipper. Even the older Big Dipper from God knows when, an old wooden coaster. Big Dipper got a back row ride, and I heard that might be a little bit rough and shaky, and it was, especially around the inversions in the beginning. But I thought the launches were good, strengths were great, good pop-up ejector airtime coming out of that inversion thing. And then, it's kind of a short ride, but for a park like this, it is what it is. But yeah, I was impressed. That actually exceeded my expectations. I didn't think it was going to be that good. So, gotta come back and do that again later. So I knew I was not going to be able to ride the Wild Mouse coaster on this trip because they were restoring it. What I wasn't expecting is for it to be completely missing from the park. So apparently that was the entrance. There was like where the station was, and you can see it's gone. Like they took it down and they're going to rebuild it later this year. So I would have liked to at least see it, but yeah, so there it is. If you can imagine what it would look like right there. Right, we just got off Boomerang, or Rewind Racers as we would call it in the States. You wanna go ride You wanna go ride rewind? You wanna go ride rewind? How come I can't say that? Do you wanna go ride Rewind Racers? Yes! That was, it was all right, and we were near the back. Going forward, pretty good. Going backwards, that was pretty cool. The whole time your gut was like in your throat. So probably won't do that again. We do definitely need to get another ride on that thing. Because that thing was the best ride in the park, especially as the Wild Mouse is like, disappeared. Well, we just did Hair Raiser, a Larson drop tower, and it was everything I thought it would be and more. You don't know when it's going to drop you. You can kind of hear the motor slow down a little bit when you hit the top. Kind of gives you a little bit of a clue. But man, you are floating the entire way down. It's just like, those things are cheap and they're janky, but why are they so much better than other drop towers? I don't know. Okay, so in Europe, we got used to going into fun houses. So let's check this one out. Coney Island in Australia. Who knew? And this looks like it's from 1950, which is before the Wild Mouse came in here. You can see here's the entrance of the park. Like here's where we are right here at Coney Island. Here's where all the new coasters are. And here's the old Big Dipper, which is actually located, it looks like where the new Big Dipper is located, right next to this ridge. So there you go. Luna Park, circa 1950. Why do we keep having to walk into people's mouths? I'm kind of tired of being eaten at this park. Unlike other fun houses, that one doesn't actually make you go through everything. You just kind of enter the building, and then you have at it. You want to go down the slide? You can. You want to go on the crazy spinning thing, or the rotor, or the Hall of Mirrors? Have at it. But it doesn't make you, which is kind of nice. We haven't really waited in any lines today, but this line for the Ferris wheel is quite large. But it's worth it. So I found if you walk up these stairs here, big old staircase, you get an awesome view of Big Dipper in the city, Little things you find. There's the wooden Big Dipper. This park's just chock full of history. And they kind of like honor their history all over the place. These lap bars though, remind me of Coaster at Playland. I heard they changed them a little bit, but those who remember, they know. They know what it was like. So the Big Dipper, we're in a second time in the rain. Of course, it wasn't supposed to rain today, but of course, because I'm here, it had to rain. It's a really it was more intense than I was expecting. But yeah, that rattle is pretty real. And it doesn't ruin the ride or anything, but it's just kind of like, why does it do that? You know, it's a brand new ride. So anyway, Wild Mouse, I think we're going to have to skip that today. We'll come back tomorrow, see if it's open. It's not built yet, so my hopes aren't high, but you never know. Miracles happen. In the meantime, we got Pepsi Freezes. We are going to head out. Been there for about 3.5 hours. Going to see what else Australia has to offer, so let's check it out. When you're in Australia, you gotta do what Australians do, and that's eat at Hungry Jack's, which is what they call Burger King. If you don't believe me, it is truly home of the Whopper. So that's proof. Well, here it is, one of the most iconic buildings in the world, the Sydney Opera House. And now I can say, right here, I've now touched the Sydney Opera House. My DNA is all over it. So every time I should sign it right here. Probably kick me out of Australia if I did that, but yeah, it's worth it. And just like that, we're back at Luna Park. The cool thing about this place is that if you get a wristband, then you get to kind of just pop in and out of the park anytime you want. So we've been gone for a little over 2 hours. Let's go back inside and get some more rides. Okay, so we were gone actually for 4 hours, not 2. I don't know, I'm losing my mind here. But it looks like the Wild Mouse is still not constructed. It's from the time that we were gone, so it's not looking good. What are you gonna do?
I'm waiting.
Okay, so we got one more ride on Big Dipper, front row this time. That was really awesome. Much smoother up there, very forceful. It was really cool to see the track right in front of you. And then we got another ride on Hair Raiser, which, you know, had to. It's the Larson Drop Tower. It's a big rush. So we're headed out of here. Got gelato, chocolate mint. It's pretty amazing. All right, so we're out of here for now. We're gonna explore some more Sydney tomorrow. So let's put together a montage. 3, 2, 1. We are here on the Big Bus Sydney, and today we are officially unashamed tourists. So, sorry, Sydney. All right, so I found Taco Bell, and that's a good fitting way to end my time here in Sydney. So heading to the Gold Coast, 3 more parks, plus a cricket match. So hope you join me then. See you next time. Kind of an outside thought that once we got here, we'd actually be standing like upside down off the earth, but I can confirm that no, I am right side up. Everything here looks normal. GPS, take me to Warner Brothers movie. Wait, where's the steering wheel? Uh-oh. There you go, driving on the wrong side of the road like a bunch of drunks. Here in Australia, they don't have TJ Maxx, but they have TK Maxx, and apparently it's the same thing, so that's weird. There it is, DC Rivals, right in front of me. Well, here I am. This is the main event. I want to make sure I hit this one first, just in case anything goes wrong. I'm gonna ride DC Rivals Hypercoaster. Green Lantern, hopefully. I heard that they're doing some maintenance on it. It just reopened a couple days ago from being down. So we'll see. But as long as I get on that, I think it's a successful trip. So let's head inside. This is what the line to get in the park looks like on a Thursday morning. It's pretty long. Let's see how the crowds are today. Rivals for the first time. Yeah, top 20. Definitely top 20. Wasn't a perfect ride, but the parts that were good were absolutely spectacular. So yes, that was a kind of a long wait. Dispatches here are not great, but we will definitely get back later.
You're one of them. Don't kill me, please.
Green Lantern was great. It's been a minute since I rode Steel Hog, and it's basically, Steel Hog Australian version. But that was just forceful in every way. Love the lap bars. First drop was great. Yeah, the hang time moment was great. The last roll was great. Some of the other moments were either dead or a little awkward, but again, if they can figure out how to get those trains to, load them every time, because we had a lot of empty trains go out, I would ride that again. But yeah, that was definitely worth the wait. This is another dragon here. This is not a lizard. This is not a lizard. In America, we call these dragons, okay? Or alligators. This is not a lizard. This is ridiculous. This creek, this is where all the monsters come out of.
Yeah.
All those Australian monsters.
Little crocodiles.
All those dragons come out of this river.
Definitely lizards.
Definitely, no, not lizards, dragons. All right, when you're in Australia, you gotta have your own Australian tour guide. This is Riley from We So Mid. Did I say that right?
That's so mid.
Take 2. This is Riley from That's So Mid. Did I say it again?
That's so mid.
I did get it right that time. Is this the best park in Australia?
I would say so. It's up there. But I feel like Dreamworld has made some good choices lately, so Dreamworld could be passing it soon, but at the moment I think this is the standout park.
Okay. Yeah, Dreamworld is getting better, but so is this park. We got a whole lot of new stuff that I'm missing out on this time because I decided to come too early. Yeah, they're adding 4 new coasters if you count the 2 family boomerangs as separate credits, which most people probably will. But for now, we got 4 coasters, and that does not include Scooby-Doo's Spooky Coaster. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, it's down. It's not going to open until next year. They're doing some crazy stuff to it. So It better be good. If you're gonna close down for like 2 years, you better make it worth it. So, you said it's the best wild mouse you ever ridden?
I think so.
Okay.
The theming in it's good. So.
Okay. I'll take your word for it because obviously no luck here. So whatever. Okay, so the Roadrunner roller coaster is just a Vekoma Family Junior coaster, but it's pretty big. I think it's the same one they have at Cedar Point and Tucson, which is pretty good. That was pretty forceful. You know, you want a good family coaster, that's it. So, smallest coaster in the park, still pretty good. So, you know, all the coasters in this park are pretty good, I gotta say. So this is Superman. Superman's got very, very strict loose article policies. Most of the rides do here, but we can't take anything in the station, so gotta leave it in the locker. Sorry. Okay, Superman. That was something. That the pre-show is amazing. It's like I hear the Superman music, I think Six Flags, and then I see the theming, I think Universal or Disney, more like Universal. So, I thought that the launch was great. Top Hat was really good. The airtime hills were great. Did not love getting smacked in the neck with those restraints. That was not good. And then at the end, it ended a little more quickly than I thought it was. That was a longer ride than that. So ultimately, can't complain. That was a legit intimate accelerator. I would definitely ride that again if the line wasn't so long. All right, these birds are called, what do you call it? Ibis. Ibis. They like junk food apparently. They're eating popcorn and French fries, and it seems like the long beak isn't really good for picking up junk food. But there he goes. He's found lunch. Congratulations. Okay, so it doesn't say this is their America section, but just based on the fact that it's a Wild West section, it probably is. And like I said, being from Oklahoma, they got it just about right. So Wild West Falls is a very impressive looking log flume that we will not be riding today for 2 reasons. One, don't do water rides. It's like, I don't like sloshing around. 2, 75-minute wait. Don't have time. The park is not open that long and the park's busy today, so gotta skip it, but it's cool to look at. This is the most anticlimactic flat ride I've ever seen. Okay, so backwards DC Rivals. A lot of people said that was going to be like X2, like just off the wall crazy. And in the end, it was crazy. I think it was more great than it was crazy. Like, the chaos didn't override how good the ride was backwards. First drop backwards and then non-inverting loop backwards were just nuts. And then from there it was good. And then just when I thought it was like, okay, this is all right. Last 2 airtime hills hit, and that is like one of the most unique airtime experiences I've ever had going backwards. Like, holy cow. I don't even know how to describe it. Just, I was already kind of stable at that point, and it didn't even matter. It still just chucked me out of my seat. Okay, so one thing to know about the DC Rivals going backwards, the whole experience, is that, for one, it used to cost $10 Australian, now it costs $30, so it's going to cost you a little bit more. That's okay. The other thing is that they sell it on the app. You can't just go out and buy it in the booth. You have to get the app on your phone and then get it. And it seems like they have a restricted number of that they sell. So if you want to do it, you might want to just make sure you do it early so you don't lose your spot or lose your opportunity to do it, because that would be kind of sucky. Is it worth $30 Australian to do it, which is around, I don't know, $18, $19 American? I would say absolutely. Do not miss it if you come down here. Do it more than once, maybe not worth that, but yeah, definitely do it once. So it is a Thursday. It is in the summer. Riley, is this a busy day here?
This is a very busy day for this park.
Okay.
I thought it would be a bit quieter, but it is school holidays at the moment, so...
Because we have waited a long time for DC Rivals, a long time for Green Lantern. That's kind of because Green Lantern couldn't get their S together.
It could be a bit faster if the ops were better.
That was true. And it's not just because like the ride's breaking down or whatever. It's like the way they load the trains is just weird.
Yeah.
Like they wait way too long to put people in the queue station, and then it's like, then we're sitting there waiting for the checks, and it's like, you can make this faster. I've seen it happen before.
I agree.
So, yeah, Superman was not that bad. Roadrunner wasn't that bad. But, we've been here since opening, and it just took forever to get on DC Rivals. Took forever to get on Green Lantern. So,
But you've been on. You've got on.
I got on everything. I'm just glad I don't have more coasters because I'd be running out of time. It is what it is. And I got film, so you know how it goes. YouTube, always costing me time and money, but gotta spend money to make money or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so Riley says this is the first Justice League. Yeah. So and explain how it sucks.
Well, so Sally came in and built this, and it's kind of like the prototype version. So all the good rides at Six Flags, they're pretty good, right? Pretty good theming.
They are solid for Six Flags, yes.
Yeah, that's right. And you guys can thank us because we got the prototype version that sucks. So
thank you, Australia. Thank you for sacrificing yourself for the rest of us so we can have good Justice League Dark rides. This is an hour wait. We ain't waiting for it. So this is part of their big expansion for this year. This is the Flash Speed Force Intamin Surf Rider half pipe coaster. It's gonna be right here underneath Superman. It's actually done. This actually came from another park in Australia, and they just moved it here. So if you didn't get that credit then, you can get it now. So it's done. I asked if I could ride it. They said, get out of here, you freak. That's probably Australian for no. So, oh well. Maybe I'll come back some other time and ride the Surf Rider. Superman, now only a 15-minute wait. If you look at the back here, you can see all the other numbers they use. 30, 20, 210. That's not fun. That's not good. I'd like to wish a rest in pieces to Arkham Asylum, which I never got to ride.
the greatest ride here.
Greatest ride in the entire country of this spot, wherever this spot used to be. So
incredibly smooth it was.
So I'm guessing that Arkham Asylum was sacrificed so they can make this brand new. Is this Wizard of Oz? That's another park. That's somewhere else. What are they putting in? What's this then? This is they're just putting in the speed here? Okay, see, this is how much I know about Australia. If I was coming back here for sure, I'd know more, but all I care about is the sick ejector airtime on DC Rivals and how I want to get more of it. Got another back row on DC Rivals, and that was off the wall. Just as good as the first time. And I don't know where I'm going to rank it. I don't know. But we'll probably be back sometime later this week to get more rides because our pass gets us in the rest of the week. So, hey, why not? We'll see if it keeps moving up. Right now, top 20 for sure. We got a 4:30 parade rolling through here, and everyone is staking their claim, which is a good reason why some of the rides might have shorter waits at this point. Well, that's going to do it for my day here at Warner Bros. Movie World. This has been on my bucket list for several years now, at least 5-6 years. I thank my Australian tour guide, Riley.
No worries.
I really appreciate. So what do you think? This park, it's the first time you've ridden stuff in this park in a while, right?
Yeah, I don't really come here and ride.
He treats this park like I used to treat Magic Mountain, as like a restaurant and a photo opportunity.
Literally.
But yeah, this park has 4 coasters that are operating right now, and I thought all 4 of them were very good. Obviously, there was one kids ride, but that was a quality kids ride.
Yeah.
So I really can't complain about that.
Superman and DC Rail was pretty standouts for me.
Yeah, I thought Green Lantern had great forces, and yeah, this is not the end for Movie World. Our pass gets us in for all 3 days we're here, and I plan on taking advantage of that. So thanks for joining me for this one. I'll see you guys at SeaWorld tomorrow, and I'll see y'all next time.
A few minutes later.
I'm here to answer the age-old question. In the Southern Hemisphere, does water go down the drain clockwise? Coriolis effect. Let's find out. The world may never know.
You have arrived.
Well, here we are for another day in the Gold Coast. This one is actually sunny and beautiful and kind of hot. But today we're at SeaWorld. We're gonna check out the coasters they have here, especially the Gravity Group Woody Leviathan. Let's go inside. Okay, so the rides are supposed to open at 9:30. It's almost 10:15, and we're just now getting into the queue. So, Leviathan, you're setting me behind. Alright, I'm here with Jake from Maloney's Coasters, and once again, Riley from That's So Mid. Guys, we just rode Leviathan, the best wooden coaster in Australia. What'd you guys think of that first? I know, Riley, you haven't been on it in over a year, right?
Yeah, it's got a bit rougher since I last rode it, so I'm not looking forward to it in like 3 years,
Right.
but it's still a pretty good pace ride, and some good airtime on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still my second favorite coaster in Australia, but it's getting rough fast, and I'm very worried that it might become unbearable if they don't take care of it. So
I definitely can see that. The whole time I'm riding it, I'm thinking this is like Mind Blower. But then Mind Blower is a little more violent than that. But just in terms of great ride, great airtime, this is a long ride too. But yeah, definitely felt the good airtime in the back row. But then yeah, Mind Blower and Thunder Coaster came to mind, just in terms of like, this is a great ride, but I don't know if I can take too much of that. But we'll try to get back. We gotta ride back row backwards, so we'll be back. But for now, you know, I'm pretty impressed. Just let me screw the wheels on tighter. So all the other coasters are closed except for the coaster in a pineapple under the sea. I'm psyched. You guys psyched for this kiddie coaster?
get ready for some injector air time.
Yes, and Riley has not been on this. He's lived here his whole life, never gotten SpongeBob credit, so I feel kind of special. I get to escort him on his first time on this Zamperla gravity coaster. So line's pretty long. Kind of embarrassing waiting in line for this, but again, not embarrassing enough for me to get out.
A few minutes later.
Okay, we abandoned SpongeBob. For one, it was like 1,000 degrees in that line, but Jet Rescue is open. I'm excited about this one. Everyone's hyping this up for me. Wasn't that excited for it at first, but apparently it's good, so let's find out. right, y'all did it to me again. Jet Rescue. I didn't have high expectations, and then everyone's like, "You're sleeping on Jet Rescue. You're sleeping on Jet." What happens? It's not that good. It was pretty slow at the beginning. Second half was a little faster after that second launch. It was pretty cool around like the rocks and stuff, but that was like a 25-second ride at most. So yeah, a little bit disappointing, but you know, I'm glad I got to ride it because I heard this is having problems, and I guess I'm lucky to even get on it. So there you go. So we rode SpongeBob. That was embarrassing, but it's a +1 on the credit sheet. That's all that matters. So there's one coaster that's closed. I don't know if we're gonna get on it today, and that is Storm. If you know me, if we miss this one, I'm not gonna be heartbroken. But if it's open, I'm gonna be forced to ride it because, you know, credits. Always with the credits. Okay, so Storm Coaster's closed. We have done all the other credits here, so we are going to do Leviathan backwards. It is $25 extra Australian, a little cheaper than DC Rivals, which I appreciate. So let's see if it stacks up. Well, I didn't think that anything was going to beat DC Rivals backwards. And maybe that wasn't quite as good of a ride, but in terms of just insanity, Leviathan definitely deserves the mark. Because that was, I think because of the roughness and all the twists and turns and airtime hills, that was actually more insane than DC Rivals backwards. So definitely if you come to SeaWorld, don't cheap out. 25 Australian, gotta do it.
Whenever we are called upon to assist with sick or stranded animals that may need...
Unfortunately, Storm opened, so I have to go ride it. So I'm gonna put you back in the locker. I'll see you on the other side. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. We had to wait a while. The queue was like hotter than death, but we got on, didn't get that wet. These guys let me take row 3 instead of 4, which was very appreciated because I did not want to get soaked.
No worries.
So yeah, I'm done riding for now. I'm just gonna go get footage now. Thanks guys for being my my tour guides for today. Would you say this is the worst park in the Gold Coast?
It's lacking attractions.
Yeah, it needs something. It needs a few more things, yeah.
Worst park's still fun. What are you gonna do? So I'm gonna go head around and see what else is there to see, but I'm done riding for the day.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Well done! You're say or not?
If you come to SeaWorld and you have some extra time to spare, just, you know, take it in, because this place is big. It's got a lot of animal exhibits. It's got a lot of rides too. But, I mean, this is pretty beautiful out here. So, if you can spare the time, just walk all the way around the park and enjoy it. So I heard the ops here are famously bad, especially on Leviathan. Definitely has lived up to the hype, or the non-hype, whatever it is. But I don't know what it is. These dispatches are, you know, 5, 6, 7 minutes. Even with 2 trains, it's nuts. So that's it for SeaWorld. Pretty good park. Had a good time. but we were ducking a little bit early because gotta go back and some rides on DC Rivals. You guys understand.
Famous recliners and all lift chairs. You have arrived. Lazy boy. Long live the
Australia and New Zealand. Your perfect summer getaway awaits $114 per night at Oak Hotel Resort.
Alright, so we got 1 ride on Superman, 2 on DC Rivals, very short line. Got stuck in the middle on one of them, it was still awesome. So, also got stapled in the last one, but it was still awesome. So I don't think there's anything you can do to ruin DC Rivals. Okay, so we're leaving Movie World, but we're not done for today. We got one more surprise in store, and that is the Big Bash League. We're going to a cricket match, not only any cricket match, playoff match. So see you then. So there you go, my very first cricket match. Sixers 152, Heat 113. Not as great as the first match I saw on TV, but still a lot of fun. So that is it for SeaWorld, that is it for Movie World, that is it for cricket. Dreamworld tomorrow. Hope you guys join for that one. I'll see you next time. So over the last week, I've gotten used to Australian culture. Cricket, the metric system, driving on the left side of the road. There's one thing I don't get. Vegemite. Stuff's nasty. Here we are, last park of the trip. We are at Dreamworld, home of the former Tower of Terror, which is now a drop tower. And the main event here is going to be Steel Taipan. I'm looking forward to riding that spinning backwards. So let's go inside, see what's up. Better than... I just took on Steel Taipan, first time in the back row. I heard that this is not like the best coaster because it's like not that intense and it's not that crazy. That is definitely true. It's not that intense, but it has this really good moments. I say the backwards launch, the drop off the mid-course in the back row, and then the final barrel rolls nuts. So you can kind of see it going there. And it hits that, let's see if I can see it. There they go, the scorpion tail. Very interesting. I've never ridden a coaster quite like that. There it goes, right? Oh, there it goes. Took a while to get there. If it was faster, it'd get there quicker. But anyway, yeah, that was a good ride. We are definitely looking forward to doing that spinning a little bit later, but we gotta go check out the other credits first.
It's an arrow track.
Gold coaster. You can either go up the spiral entrance or you can go up the exit stairs. Apparently only the GP go up the spiral entrance, so we're back. This is it's kind of a hike to get up here. This is a huge, like, really tall station.
Finding airtime, you get off the first one.
You'll pull down those harnesses. We'll contact you very shortly. Alrighty, guys, good to go.
Okay, so we just rode the Gold Coaster, and I got Riley from That's So Mid back again. Third day of tour guiding. I appreciate your help. So the Gold Coaster, very interesting. It's had lots of different names. Used to be over at Luna Park, where the Big Dipper is now. Very interesting arrow because it only has 2 inversions, and they're at the very end. So it does a lot of meandering around. I thought that first drop would be awesome in the back row. It wasn't, so that was disappointing. But the cool thing was that it had the best restraints, so no headbanging. The track ran pretty smooth, and that thing just kept picking up speed the whole way through. And then by the time you hit the brake run, it's like careens back in the station like it doesn't even care. So, yeah, Gold Coaster, probably a one and done, but not a bad ride. All right, here's one credit that I did not have on my video because it wasn't open until late December. This is the Big Red Boat. So I might get a credit that a lot of you Aussies don't even have yet. Kilograms or 195 centimeters. If only we could know what that actually is. All right, so we just rode Kenny's Forest Flyer, classic Vekoma hang and bang, and it did have the wide set restraints, so it protected your head. But if you're like 6 feet or over, man, those things dig into your shoulders and there's nothing you can do about it. So I pretty much rode that whole coaster in pain. So I would say Kenny's Forest Flyer, never coming close to this thing ever again. This is where they're putting in Rivertown. This is where the new coaster is going to go. The Vekoma's family coaster. And it's going to be right next to the best coaster in this entire park, the Moto Coaster, apparently. This is like, I'm like a witch in the Salem witch trial. Like, I stole some corn from the local merchant and now I'm being punished. This is not how you, this can't be right. This is stupid. I'm not looking forward to this at all. Alright, Riley's gonna show me how to do this for real without looking like a moron.
So you lean all over.
You still look like a moron. Okay, okay. Oh. Now I get it. I'm glad that we practiced this before because I would really have embarrassed myself more than I already just did.
3, 2, 1.
Just did the Moto Coaster, and you know, y'all kind of made it sound worse than it was. It wasn't that bad. Riley made it
terrible.
He didn't even ride it this time.
Yeah, I'm not put myself through pain.
So the problem, he said, was the knees, right?
Yeah, that's my.
And the whole time I'm riding it, I'm like, you know, this ride isn't so bad as long as you don't mind riding on your knees. And honestly, it wasn't that bad. So It wasn't good. It was a little shaky. It was kind of short. Definitely wasn't fast. So that's a one and done. So that is going to be it for all the credits. We achieved all the credits we could have possibly gotten in Eastern Australia, the Gold Coast and Sydney. Wild Mouse notwithstanding, literally not standing at all. And so we're going to try to do some steel taipan spinning. Check out some of the other rides they have here at Dreamworld. We got our spinning backseat tickets. I'm psyched for this. Hopefully it lives up to the hype, because I'm kind of afraid that it won't. But, you know, I love spinning coasters, so let's see what happens. I got my tickets, but ride's closed, so we wait.
A few minutes later.
Steel Taipan is now reopened. We are the first ones in line, and we are doing it in the back. Spinning back car. Going to the empty train will be interesting. Okay, so I just did the back spinning car before Riley's even done it. He's a local, he hasn't done it yet. I got to do it first. I rode by myself because I heard that you get better spin that way. And before the trip I said, this might be my favorite back car experience in Australia. And after riding BC Rivals and Leviathan, and now Steel Taipan, I can say this was the best back car experience over the others. I'd say if that was the whole ride, it'd be higher than Time Traveler. It'd be in my top 20. I don't think I can judge it based on the back car experience, but you know, if you can get out here and ride that back spinning back car, definitely do it, because wow. So I'm not gonna do it again because it's kind of expensive, but jeez. Probably get some more rides on this though, because this thing's pretty sweet. All right, Riley, you finally did it.
I did it.
You want to give the people a little preview? That's so mid preview for your review on back car Steel Taipan.
It is wild, absolutely wild.
He hasn't ridden Time Traveler, so he can't compare it yet.
But I think it all depends on how it's spinning, because I went through the loop backwards, which is pretty much like a backwards experience, but the barrel roll at the end, I was facing sideways, and that's the craziest inversion I've ever done.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I'm gonna petition the park to say just make the whole thing spinning.
Oh yeah.
Go full Time Traveler on this thing, and all of a sudden you have one of the best coasters in the world. You have like Ride to Happiness right here in Australia.
Or even one train for spinning and one train just forward.
Yeah. Or just all spinning. You don't need to go forward. Because honestly, that last ride was like, yeah, it was fine, but nothing special. But then you go in the back car and I'm like, that's a top 20 coaster. So. Yeah, so let's go check out the Flying Theater and the Drop Tower, the old Tower of Terror. This is the giant drop. This used to be Tower of Terror. I guess the track would start over here, the station would go over here, they'd go up here and climb the tower on this side, all the way up. It's really too bad that I didn't get to ride it, because it's one of the few things in Australia that I knew about when I was a kid. It would have been cool to get on, but it is now gone. giant drop tower, whatever it's called. That thing is awesome. You can see all of the Gold Coast from up there. You can see DC Rivals, you can see all the skyscrapers and SeaWorld over behind you. And yeah, so it brings you up there. It kind of holds you at the top very slightly. The drop isn't that insane. It's pretty long, but you know, like a Larson or an S&S drops you a lot more forceful than that. But all in all, good flat ride. So I was really looking forward to Sky Voyager. This is their like flying feeder, kind of soaring over California type of ride. But we've been here twice, and both times it broke down. So hopefully we can get a ride before we leave. But at this point, I'm not counting on it. So as you may or may not know, Dreamworld had an accident back in 2016 on the raft ride that resulted in some fatalities. So over here in the animal side of the park, they have benches with the names of everyone who passed on that day. I think there's 4. So yeah, so it's a small but nice tribute to what happened here. I've been in Australia for almost a week and I've not seen a kangaroo until now. Like, comment, subscribe. And of course, you can't leave Australia without seeing a koala. I don't think I've ever seen one in person before, so this is a new for me.
Kangaroo.
Mom, I want to give him something. You know?
Oh, there he goes. He's gone. I just wanted to say hey. You have to leave.
Don't chase him.
I want to pat him. Go on then.
It's so cool that you just like roam around the park. I've never seen that before. This is like a bird, like an emu that's eating fruit with a colorful blue head. Who is it, cassowary?
Cassowary.
Cassowary. We don't have these in the States. If we do, I haven't seen it. Whoa. They're gonna be the stink eye. Oh. Tiger's chasing the gecko. And he got away. The tiger remains hungry tonight. He's coming back. Oh, he's gonna get him. Nope. There he goes. He's fast. He will not put up. Back in the water. Game continues. I would get out of there if I were you, bud. So next year they are going to open, next year or later this year, right?
Yeah.
They're going to open Jungle Rush. Is that a Vekoma? Vekoma family, like Big Bear Mountain. And here's all the construction right here. So here's my construction update as of January 2024. This will be the last one I give you. So next time you see it, it'll be complete. And that building right there is the Tower of Terror station. From 1997 to 2019, that's where people would launch supposedly 100 miles an hour and up that giant tower up there. Now a drop tower, which keeps his memory alive a little bit. Okay, here we go. Sky Voyager, take 3. Hopefully this is the one. Well, Sky Voyager was awesome. It was like exactly as I thought it was going to be. California screaming, or I shouldn't say, soaring over California, and it was just Australia themed. So it's good to get back on a ride like that and not at a Disney park, which is interesting. But yeah, if that's my last ride in Australia, it was a good one. There you go. This is everything they featured on the ride. Every experience in Australia. But I'm really curious what happens here. Not a whole lot going on in there. Another dragon sighting. For those who don't know, this is about the size of a squirrel. This is not normal. This is
normal.
This is not okay.
This is normal.
This is smaller than the other one. It's a baby dragon. Is he happy at least? He looks like he's eyeballing. Uh-oh. He winked at me. That's a good thing, right? I'm gonna die. So as you leave Dreamworld, you go through the Lego store, which is something I have not seen before outside of a Legoland park, obviously. So we are taking off from Dreamland. We definitely got our money's worth out of this place. It was a very full day, got on all the awesome rides here. And yeah, backwards car on steel Taipan was awesome. So we're just gonna pop into Warner Brothers for a little bit before we say goodbye to Australia. So See you then. Here's the shocker of the century. Green Lantern is being evac'd. I don't know why it's so hard to get this ride going, but it is. I know that Warner Brothers isn't really like open past dark ever, but I think the Joker might want to get his teeth checked. Maybe a new dental plan, because that does not look healthy. And with that, we say goodbye to Warner Brothers Movie World. 3 days in a row we popped in here. Didn't ride anything today just because we got here so late. But it's not just goodbye to Movie World, Dreamworld, it's goodbye to Australia. It's been a fun week. We got a long flight ahead of us tomorrow, but I look forward to getting back and putting all this content together for everybody, and it's gonna be a slice. So thanks guys for watching, thanks for joining me down under, and see you next time. Okay, so some of you may know Amy from when I introduced her to the channel a couple years ago. Yes, this is Amy. This is my new riding buddy, but she will have to wait a few years for that to happen. And she's ridden a bunch of trains, but she's never ridden a coaster until now. I said it'd be a couple years before she'd be my riding buddy, but today's the day. March 16th, 2024, Amy rode her first coaster, Frankie's Mine Train. Amy, what did you think? Yeah? Did you only like Zamperla's? That's what I said too, but no one believes me. Amy, is this your #1 coaster? Say #1. What is that, Chameleon? Amy, say #1. We're #1. #1 coaster, Frankie's Mine Train. #1, first credit, #1 of many. Well, I have arrived to Utah's finest park. Cannibal, waiting for me. 5 years since I've been here. So welcome to our Lagoon vlog. That was insane. Sophie, what do you think?
That's been a crazier ride.
Yeah, me too. All right, so Sophie just rode Colossus for the first time.
I want to go a million times.
So last time I was here, Tom Brady was still a Patriot. The Astros, people still thought they were on the level. Pre-trash can. My YouTube channel had 10,000 subscribers. Still had my eye views back then. And my voiceovers were even worse than they are now. So let's go inside and see what's been going on for the last 5 years. Okay, so I got my ticket, $97.95, over $105 with tax. So that's pretty insane. I think the first time I came here, 2017, it was like 65 bucks from Costco. Not a lot of discounts out there. So Lagoon, you know, 100 bucks. I mean, I used to get into Six Flags for the whole season, every park for like 3/4 that price. So see if you can make it worth it. I never really understood the ticket system here. I guess you can pay tickets or get an all-day stamp. So anyway, we got the stamp. I think this is one of those ones where if you wash your hands too much, it'll fall off. So the thing about Lagoon, just don't wash your hands, you're good. Okay, so 15 minutes before the park opens, this is the line for Primordial. I don't even know where it begins, but it ends right here, and that's where we're gonna go. That's where we're going, because it might be ugly today. It is now 10 o'clock, and that line stretches as far as the eye can see. So hopefully everyone disperses after this.
Requires immense courage. Assist you in freeing Dreamworld Astradia from the clutches of the...
I'm not a cat.
20 minutes later.
All right, we've been standing in the same spot for about 20 minutes now, so I think the ride broke. So after a 30-minute delay, I might take advantage of this policy right here. All right, so if you're in line for Primordial and you have to pee, there's a porta potty behind that fence. You can ask the attendant to use it. I just did, because this is Still got a ways to go. So Primordial, I'm pretty sure I had that on my 2020, like new for 2020 list. Today I'll be looking into the best coasters we know are opening in 2020. Number 11, Primordial at Lagoon in Farmington, Utah. That video was so long ago. It's very likely that it's going to be the best year for coasters of all time, and we're all along for the ride. So finally got on Primordial. That took over an hour, even though we got here at rope drop. Still took over an hour. If you see the line behind us, that is enormous. 8 people per car, so not very good capacity. And so yeah, it was, you know, for a park that has a lot of janky coasters, I'm not saying they're bad, just some of them are janky. This type of ride justifies the $100 entry. That's very impressive. Not exactly the most thrilling ride, but it's got all kinds of like special effects. It's got some, you know, surprises in there. I would say, yeah, it's a really interesting ride. Not something I want to re-ride today, especially not with that line. But yeah, especially for families, that is something cool. Current status of Primordial. Wow. I don't even want to know how long that line's going to be. Yikes. They seem very strict about loose articles, like in the line, all the signage. But they didn't really seem to care if you had your hat or anything on the ride. Or even some people even had like fanny packs or small bags that they brought with them. So yeah, don't be scared of the signs. It's not that strict. And now the main reason why we do come to Lagoon, Cannibal. And not to freak out, if you ever see lines spill out to the midway, they don't really have queue lines like switchbacks in most of the rides. So this looks bad, but it's probably only about 20 minutes. Alright, so Cannibal was Cannibal. I mean, may have gotten a little bit more rattly over the years, but nothing to complain about. But I just gotta say, man, those operations for Cannibal are awesome. That line, I thought it was gonna be like 20 minutes. It was like 10. You guys are rocking it, man. And Jetstar 2, the only ride where you need a friend. No single riders. We got this guy over here pounding pieces of track back in place. That's a good sign. I thought he was looking for something, but he has got a hammer, and he was hammering the track. So that's fun. This is what happens when you don't have real footers on your ride and it's portable. I guess you have to hit the wood pieces and get them centered again. So, like I said, a little bit janky. Okay, so it's less about single riders as it is even numbers. So you can fit 3, but you can't fit 3 adults. You can fit 2 adults and a kid. And you know, for a ride that they had to kind of hammer back together while I was waiting for it, pretty good. Very intense, very janky, very uncomfortable. That's definitely gonna be a one and done. 103 years old, still going strong. Short line too. Check this out, 100 years old. It's got all the history from John A. Miller all the way through the fire up to today. Very cool lagoon. History.
While riding the roller coaster, please keep your arms and legs inside the train at all times. Do not stand up or extend your arms above your head. Thank you.
What can I say? 103 years, roller coaster still top ride in this park. Good airtime, kind of painfully sharp airtime in the back. They're just maintaining that thing awesome. All right, what's this mouse looking for? They changed my favorite sign. Like, what is that? Come on. It used to be different. Still kind of weird, but it used to be different. So we rode the Wild Mouse. Finally figured out what this guy's looking for here. Just trying to see if you're too big to ride, because 3 adults in that car was making some weird noises around those turns. Yeah. So small cars, a little bit cramped, still pretty intense. I liked it better last time. I don't know what happened this time. It was a little more jerky and slow. That's a thing. Yes. Other than Primordial, lines have been really nice today, actually. Spider usually is pretty bad. They were whipping the trains out. We got a weight imbalance, 3 people in a car. That's the way to ride it. That was some insane spinning. Lives up to its reputation. So Colossus, we still got Wicked. Wicked's line looks pretty bad. Yeah, I'm gonna find a bathroom before I have to use another porta potty. So when you're looking for a bathroom, you need a sign. That is a sign. Don't mistake it for a challenge. It's just a sign. That's what the bathroom is, but don't use it. That's cool. They have the flags for all the coasters going up the lift hill here.
For your own safety, do not extend your arms above your head. Hold on tight and enjoy your ride.
So I was going to complain that this is one train ops and there's two trains like on the transfer track. But those dispatches are so insanely fast, it doesn't even matter. 30, 40 seconds each time, just whip those trains out, kick you off before the train even stops. I cannot believe, that's like the fastest ops I've ever seen outside of a Disney park. Got the front row. That was interesting. Not as much whip, but the visuals and the intensity is all there. So Colossus is a pretty solid Schwarzkopf. Not my favorite, but definitely a good one. Well, that's my number 3 launch of all time for a reason. That thing is ridiculous. We got second row. Doesn't really matter where you're sitting that ride, which is kind of nice. And the first half is super elite. Zero did an amazing job. And then they kind of forgot to do the second half, which is kind of disappointing. Kind of like Skyrocket at Kennywood. But Wicked is still, I want to say second best in the park, but you know what? I'm going to do a whole new ranking for this coming out next week. So stay tuned for that, because I got some new ideas. Bambora's line, I thought was going to be huge, but it is actually not, which is nice. You got 2 trains on a family coaster. That is awesome. I've never seen Bambora with less than a 30-minute wait, but it was a walk-on today, which is kind of awesome. I just think that when you have 2 trains on a kids coaster, it's always a good thing. But even then, like Movie World in Australia, that had 2 trains and it was not a walk-on. So I don't know. Lagoon operations, generally I think are pretty good. I think, especially compared to the Silverwood, they're awful. But Lagoon's operations are just crushing it today. Yep. So Bat never disappoints in terms of the line. So thank you, Bat, for keeping me sane. But this is probably the worst ride in the park, and we're gonna wait for it. was just thinking that just about every coaster in this park is enjoyable, and then I remember that they have bat. I banged my head coming out of the station, which is that's the first, just to turn out of the station, head banging already. So yeah, maybe don't ride that. Longest line in the park, and aside from Primordial, but longest line in the park, and it's not good. So maybe just skip that one. Well, I have ridden every coaster in this park. Didn't take very long, which is great. But I'm not riding Puff. Already have the credit, and I don't have Sophie or Amy with me, and I'm not going to put myself through the embarrassment. I love how on this side of the park, it's like state-of-the-art, new stuff that you'll see at like the best parks ever. And then on the other side of the park, everything's like held together by a thread. It's just like the dichotomy of modern and jank. Now, welcome to the janky side of the park, which, even though Wicked is a permanent installation, some of those last turns are on the janky side. And you got Colossus, and we won't mention Jetstar, which of course, you know, every once in a while I gotta hammer the footers back in. So yeah, the two sides of Lagoon right here. All right, taking it down a notch. Let's do some sky riding. Okay, so the Rocco plane, that is something I actually tried in 2017. I got it to flip once, and I smashed my head against the top. So, that's a one and done, never again. And coming in for the smooth landing. Okay, so Wicked was awesome as usual. Round two. We're gonna get one more in Cannibal, so we're gonna take the Sky Ride back over, but that line for the Sky Ride is absolutely insane. So we're just gonna walk it. And this is where we would have ended up had we waited for the Sky Ride. Definitely a good idea to walk it. But I wanna get some shots from up there. Got time for one more ride. I think it's only right to make the last ride on Cannibal. That was a good last ride. I got stuck in row 2, which kind of was, you know, that's the worst row. But I had an inch of room, and an inch of room on Cannibal feels like 300 feet. So yeah, that first drop was nuts. So we're gonna say goodbye to the rides of Lagoon. We are going to probably look at some souvenirs and head out. A 5 p.m. update. The line for Primordial is significantly shorter than it was before, but I still would never, ever want to wait in that. Because that is, that looks like at least an hour, maybe more. All right, so that is going to be it from Lagoon. I got some Primordial swag for my 652nd credit. All in all, just an awesome day. Beautiful weather, not too hot, perfectly sunny. I got to ride every single coaster except for Puff, which was planned. I got 2 rides on Cannibal, got 2 rides on Wicked. I got to use the porta potty outside of Primordial, which is, you know, that's a rare credit right there. So that is just a little prelude. If you guys are looking for the girls, I will have them on a big trip starting in July. So we are going to go to the East Coast. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. This was just a me trip with my brother, and this was, yeah, it was just a little fun little prelude because the girls are in California, and I thought it'd be something fun to do. Check out Lagoon for the first time in 5 years and get on Primordial for the first time. So Thanks guys for watching. If you have any comments, leave them down below. I'll see you next time. Okay, a little postscript to the vlog. Before we leave Utah, we hit up some mountain coasters. So first we went to Snowbird, and that was definitely the worst mountain coaster I've ever ridden. It was only about 2,000 feet long. It wasn't very tall, it just wasn't much. So then we came to Park City, and then we did their mountain coaster, and that thing's awesome. Like, one of the better mountain coasters I've ever seen. And we also did the slide, which is freaky because unlike the mountain coaster, you have to break yourself or else you might fall off. So for all you daredevils, the Alpine slide is up your alley. But yeah, if you're too crazy, you might end up on the side of the mountain. So that is it. Got 3 new credits on this trip, and we are headed back to Oklahoma, gonna get ready for the big trip in July. So again, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Experience the excitement, the speed, the adrenaline of high-performance racing on an all-new vertical speedway. Introducing Top Thrill 2, the world's tallest and fastest triple-launch stratocoaster.
The highly anticipated Top Thrill 2 at Cedar Point is closed just a few days after its grand opening. The company that built that ride says mechanical modifications are needed.
All right, so here we go. First park of the 2024 road trip. We were gonna go to Cedar Point for Top Thrill 2, but that is just a big disaster waiting to happen. So we are going to try to ride every coaster in the state of Kentucky that's not named Malibu Jacks. So we are starting off with Kentucky Rumbler, my first time ever. We have Sophie. Say hi, Sophie.
Hi.
We have Amy somewhere in the back. She can't ride though, not yet. Find some trains, find some kiddie coasters. But for now, Kentucky Rumbler, first time.
My birthday release.
Kentucky Rumbler. Not a bad little mid-tier GCI. Not too rough. I'd say maybe like a 5 out of 10 on the rough scale. Not glossy smooth like Mystic Timbers, but nothing jackhammering at all. Also, I didn't realize they have a piece of Titan track over here, which is really, really nice. Like, you really feel it smooth out right there. Decent airtime, especially on the first drop. Otherwise, good solid GCI twister. Nothing like top 100 or anything, but good solid ride. Okay, round 2 on the Rumbler. I've test ridden it. I've approved it for Sophie. How many credits you got now?
I don't know, like 200.
228 or so. She just rode the water ride while I test rode Rumbler. Sophie, review on the water ride?
Overall, it was pretty fun. It wasn't...
Did you get soaked?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
Well, then what's the point? But anyway, it was a good thing to do while I was making sure this wasn't too rough, but I think it's Rumbler time for Sophie. Do you give Kentucky Rumbler your stamp of approval?
Yes.
Yes. Not too rough?
It was a little wobbly, but no, it was pretty good.
Pretty crazy ride?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. Second time around, I think that was better than the first time. Maybe there's more people on the train, I don't know. But Kentucky Rumbler, yeah, if you ever are in Kentucky and you're going from like Dollywood to Great America or something like that, stop by this place. It's a little bit pricey, but if you want to ride a big old GCI, check it out. Sophie, I'm spotting kiddie coasters in the wild. Not wacky worms, but spinny coasters. So last time I took Sophie on a Larson Tower was in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
And I still think she hates me for it. So I think we'll be skipping that one. She wants to do the frog hopper instead. I'm not racing an enthusiast. We have found the wild mouse. Took us a while. It's actually behind the water park, but it looks pretty empty right now. stalled out. Come on, make it through. There you go. Sophie, Wild Mouse. Was that the coolest ride in the park?
Yes, actually. This is definitely a Wild Mouse worth riding.
Wild Mouse. I can't say that. Why can't I say words? Wild Mouse worth riding. So I apologize to Alex from South Coasters for screwing up our ride on the spinning mouse in Denmark.
We followed your plan.
And my plan failed, but I learned my lesson from that. Me and Sophie sat on the same side of the car, and once we started hitting the spinny switchbacks at the end, it was absolutely bonkers. And then we got some good airtime on the last little hill. So Wild Mouse, surprisingly good. Don't miss it. It's in the back. It's behind the water park. It's kind of hard to find, but don't miss it. It's a good one. Sophie, I think we're gonna have to take a big L on the spinning coaster because they're sitting up there. They keep saying it's closed. It said it was gonna be open in the front, but our quest to ride every coaster in Kentucky has been thwarted because of bad SBF visa maintenance or something. This is all the Kentucky Rumbler Beech Bend merchandise. This shirt right here is awesome, but they don't have it anywhere in stock, so that's kind of a bummer. Well, Sophie, we could not ride the spinning coaster, but we rode Thunderbolt.
Yep.
Was that bonkers?
Yes.
Forward and backwards, spinning, rocking cars. So we missed the credit, but we got something that was even better than that credit. So we were out of here. Beech Bend was fun. Only were about an hour and a half. One cool thing is if you have more than one person coming, instead of paying $52 for a ticket, if you just buy a season pass, look at that picture, isn't that nice? That looks like me, doesn't it? So if you just buy a pass, you can use a one bring a friend ticket. You also have two half price tickets. So ultimately we got 3 people in for about $100 instead of paying $150. So we are headed out of here. We're gonna head up to Kentucky Kingdom. First time I've been there in 4 years. Gonna get some RMC, get some Hyper GTX, get some Kentucky Flyers. It's gonna be awesome. Well, here we are. This is the last stop. 2 hours later, we are up in Louisville. Somewhere over there is the amusement park, Kentucky Kingdom. This is also the Expo Center, so I don't know how far exactly we are, but we had to drive all the way around into park. It's kind of annoying, so if you get here later to Kentucky Kingdom, you might have to park in a weird spot. Amy, look, it's your people. All right, we have made it to Kentucky Kingdom after all the goats. Almost left Amy there. Say hi, Amy. Say hi. We almost left Amy with the goats, but we decided that that'd probably be bad. So here we go. The park closes in about 3.5 hours. Let's see how much we can do there. Amy, you gonna ride any coasters here? I don't think so. So it wasn't until yesterday while we were driving to Beech Bend that I decided to just completely blow off Cedar Point. No Top Thrill 2. I'll wait till it's open. And come to Kentucky Kingdom for the first time in 4 years. And not just that, but Sophie's first time here too. So I gotta get Sophie some credits. She needs to catch up. She's only at 220 something, and that's just not acceptable. She's already 11. She doesn't have 1,000 credits yet. It's ridiculous. Well, this sign has definitely seen better days, but doesn't change the fact that this ride is awesome. Very short line, I like it. Normally I have to wait in a humongous line for this. Sophie just took on a lightning run for the first time. Sophie, based on the fact that you were laughing like a crazy person the whole time, I think you liked it?
Yeah, I like it.
Was it pretty intense?
It's like right in the middle.
Right in the middle?
Yeah.
So you say like it's a good coaster or not a good coaster?
It's a good coaster.
Good coaster, okay. For me, my only complaint is the lap bar got really tight throughout the ride, which is, yeah, it's pretty typical. but in terms of forces and quick transitions and stuff, it's about as crazy as it gets. Now you've seen Storm Chaser in action. Are you excited?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Storm Chaser. One of my favorite coasters in the entire world, sitting right here, and it looks like it is a walk-on. Storm Chaser, the ride with the crooked arrows, confusing everyone. Well, when I was here in 2020, I thought the ride kind of lost some of its edge. Edge is back. That was amazing. It was so nice we had to do it twice, Sophie's request. What was your review? Storm Chaser. Better than Twisted Colossus?
I think Twisted Colossus is better, but this was a close second.
What about Twisted Timbers?
No, Twisted Timbers is better.
Okay, well she didn't like it as much as I thought she did. But anyway, Storm Chaser. Best ride in the park, by far. So Thunder Run, pretty much as I remembered it. Not too rough, although Sophie disagrees with that. But it was, fun in the first third, and then after that, they just kind of phoned it in with all the straight track, and the turns were a little bit. I think that's what Sophie didn't like about it. The turns were a little bit rough. Sophie, full thoughts on Thunder Run?
It's not a good coaster.
Not a good coaster.
No, even if it wasn't janky, it's kind of boring.
Okay, I can respect that opinion. It was maybe a little bit rougher than it was in 2020, but yeah, the layout is just, front loaded with good stuff, and then they just forgot to do the rest of it. I don't know. RCT autocomplete. It's a real thing, I guess. All right, Sophie, this one's a little bit more up your alley after Thunder Run. We'll take it down just a notch. Thrills United. Hey, I recognize you. You're
the coaster kid. Hey!
Yeah.
Who's that weird little kid?
That's where I've seen you before. 4 years has passed, and Logan has his presence is no longer on the building. That's sad. So I did call Kentucky Flyer the worst gravity group coaster. After riding it, I don't know, I think that was pretty good. It seems like it has just enough airtime to make you happy, but it just falls just a little bit short in terms of like being a really awesome ride. But it is for families, so I get it. Sophie was not that impressed. Sophie, what was weird about the ride, you said?
I like the lap bars, but the whole ride was like the same thoughts as Thunder Run. It was really janky.
Wow. Okay. Well, okay. This ride was built in 2019. Thunder Run was built in like 1830. So I'm just saying it's a little bit of an age difference there. But I'm sure the Gravity Group will not appreciate you calling the ride janky. The brand new coaster.
It was really janky.
But then again, it is Gravity Group, so they're known for that.
We're playing all the hits on Kingdom Radio. We want to thank you for coming out to visit.
So one thing you guys are probably missing today was T3. And if you look over here, you can see the T3 Boneyard. Just all the footers, one of the worst coasters ever built. And if you look over here, you can see all the track for T3. It's laid out in the parking lot where it can't hurt anybody. So anyway, this is a really cool perch found in the water park. You can get great views of Kentucky Flyer. Lightning runs way back there somewhere. Yeah, I came back here to see T3. Just give it, one last goodbye. Farewell. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. it, Amy, get it. That one. You did it, Amy, you got it. So one advantage of having this park owned by Hersheypark is they've introduced cinnamon bread to the park. That is an upgrade. Amy, are you ready? Cinnamon bread, oh, look at that. Amy's ready to dig in. Get it, Amy, get it. Yeah. That's what's up right there.
12 seconds later.
And just like that, it's gone. Well, Sophie, we shut the park down.
Yep.
Fun park?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kentucky Kingdom's pretty awesome. So, our goal was to ride every coaster in Kentucky that was not at Malibu Jack's. And we can kind of still say we did as long as we exclude all SBF visas. We rode every coaster in Kentucky that was not an SBF visa today. What was the best one?
I forgot what it was called. Storm Chaser.
Storm Chaser. And then Lightning Run, Kentucky Rumbler?
Kentucky Rumbler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I can respect that. Kentucky Rumbler's pretty good, but Lightning Run's, I think, a second. So, that is it. We are headed out. I will see you guys at Kings Island, best park in the country. Previously on Airtime Thrills. You know, this was gonna be the first time I've ever been to Kings Island at night, but I didn't realize that they weren't quite done with the refurbishment yet, so I guess I'll have to come back again. Too bad.
Sorry.
What? I'm on foot again, going to Kings Island. We spent the first few hours of the day at Great Wolf Lodge. Girls had a lot of fun in the water park. They did the little wand thing. That was pretty interesting also. But I am here for one reason and one reason only, and that is to finally get my night ride on the Beast. So this walk from the hotel is only about 2 miles, but it is a treacherous walk. This is not pedestrian friendly, especially going over the bridge where the freeway is. Yeah, that was kind of freaky. But it's also, if you can't tell, it's probably gonna start raining here in about less than an hour. So I'm rushing to get to the park before that happens. I don't want to get caught out here in the rain. And I'm just going to hit up the park, see how busy it is, get as many rides as I can before it gets dark and it's Beast time. So those of you who've been to Kings Island in the summer know that it doesn't get dark here until like 9:59 p.m. The park closes at 10, so you really have to stay till close to get a good Beast night ride. And I've never been able to do that because we're always on the road, either going to Cedar Point, or going to Kennywood, or going to somewhere else. So we can never stay till close. Except for that time in like 2 years ago, when I was here for the 50th birthday. I was here at night. It was a perfect opportunity, and the Beast was being retracked. So I'm like 0-for-6 on riding the Beast at night. Hopefully tonight changes everything. So first things first, I think first thing I'm gonna do is ride the Beast and see how it's running this year. See if it's nice and smooth, or if it jackhammers my teeth out. And based on that ride, I'll decide if Sophie can ride it with me tonight or not, because I don't want any surprises. She was pretty impressed with Kentucky Rumbler, but by the time we got to Thunder Run, that was no bueno. So yeah, definitely good to pre-ride that Beast. They have a Granny Grill here, which is what they have at King's Dominion. Such a good restaurant. It's like they've replaced one of their Skyline places with that, which is awesome. Well, to the surprise of nobody, the rides have been very quiet here. And yeah, every single ride is shut down in this park because of lightning, maybe except for Flight of Fear. So, I guess we just wait. The current line waiting for Beast to reopen. They did take out all the rain in the forecast, which is cool. And it looks like the thunderstorm is like way north of here. So I don't know what they're waiting for, but hopefully they reopen soon. All right, so like right after I said the lightning was far away, that was like the loudest clap of thunder I've ever heard in my life. So might be a little bit longer, but I don't know. The Beast is waiting for me. and then nothing I can do about it. So I haven't heard any thunder in a while, but if you look at the map, it seems like everything's moving out. So hopefully soon we can get going. But yeah, it looks pretty dark over there, so who knows. I've been here for about an hour, just waiting for stuff to open. Hopefully when stuff does open, the crowds will clear out. That'd be really nice. Come on guys, unleash the beast. I haven't ridden this thing since 2020, so I'm really hoping it's still pretty smooth.
One eternity later.
And just like that, after about an hour and a half, I present Signs of Life.
Here we go! Yes! Yes, I'm ready!
Yeah, that's actually me.
Welcome back, riders.
Well, stuff is starting to reopen. As you can see, Diamondback's back in action. So the Beast, I tried to get the middle of the back row just to see if it was going to be smoother. I got forced into the front back car, which was still pretty good. There were some moments there that were a little bit jarring, but like 95% of the ride was really good. And that ride is so trimmed, but that's okay because the thing is so fast. It picks up so much speed, it's out of control. So the Beast rising up in my ranks, that was really good, and I can't wait for the night ride. Also, while my hat was off into the storage bin on the Beast, it got soaked with something. I hope it's water, but it might not be. Diamondback, once again. Airtime's immaculate. Immaculate as ever. Just so good. Best ride in the park. One thing I have noticed about Diamondback this year is that the rattle exists not just on the little hill before the trim break. Like every valley is pretty dang rattly. So I hope they can fix that. I have trust in you, Kings Island. The ride's 15 years old, I know. But up until this year, I haven't really had an issue with the rattliness. And this year it's getting kind of bad. But man, just right for the airtime in the back row. Something about that versus other B&M Hypers is insane. Another thing I've noticed about today is that, I was here on a Monday 5-6 years ago, and it was pretty, it wasn't that crowded all day. You could pretty much walk on everything. Diamondback's wait was like on the stairs, and now it's another Monday. The park was closed for like an hour because of the thunder, and it's still pretty dang crowded here. Like the lines are starting to build up, so I don't know, maybe Kings Island's getting more popular. Deserves it. So can I just say that despite the longer lines after the thunder delay, Kings Island's running 3 trains and everything, and line goes fast. So Banshee got the front row because I'm all by myself right now, and there was an empty seat, so I got the front row. That was awesome. That was first time I've ever ridden that in the front. Great visuals. Force is probably not quite as good in the front as they are in the back, but that was worth it. Good experience. So before the girls get here, I might go check out Orion. Amy, are you ready to get your number 2 credit of all time? Yeah? You want to get the number 2 credit? You have a unicorn horn. That's amazing. Sophie, hello Sophie.
Hi.
Sophie got this credit 2 years ago, and now it's Amy's turn. This is the big pumpkin coaster. You have to be 36 inches to ride. Amy is the world's tallest baby, so that works out. Are you ready? Yeah. You are? Okay. Unicorn power. Let's do this. Amy, that was your second ever coaster credit. Throw my hat back. How was that? Was that fun? Do you give it a thumbs up? Thumbs sideways, thumbs down, thumbs up? I think she forgot about the whole thing. Anyway, credit number 2, Great Pumpkin Coaster, Kings Island. Sophie.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a new credit today.
Yeah.
Snoopy's Soapbox Racer. I can never remember the name of that thing. The Vekoma Family Boomerang. First one I've ridden in the States. First one Sophie's ever ridden. It's gonna be awesome. I think it's open. Snoopy's is broken. Yeah, new ride. It happens, I guess. So we will come back to that and ride the Hang and Bang, which Sophie has not had the pleasure of riding it. That's a new name this year. Something air rail something. Yes, Woodstock's Air Rail. See if the new name makes the ride any better. Sophie, I think we both had the same thought at the end of that ride. Say it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Janky. That was, I did like the restraints. They did not pinch my shoulders like the one in Australia. It did not bang my head like all the other ones. But at the end, man, that thing shook a lot. So not terrible, but not too good. They're still trying to fix Snoopy's boomerang. So what else do we do before it gets completely dark? You can see it's getting there. We're still maybe an hour away from the Beast night rides. Sophie, credit?
Yeah.
Lies. Unlike some parks, they actually fixed their ride. Unlike Dollywood.
Yeah.
So we actually get to ride it. Yes, Fire Chaser Express still leaves a big hole in Sophie's heart. Right, new credit acquired. Sophie, what did you think about Snoopy's Soapbox Boomerang?
That was pretty fun. It was really smooth as well.
Yeah.
It's like a good kiddie coaster.
And I thought it was surprisingly punchy around the first turn.
Yeah.
A little bit intense, but kind of short. But probably a little more shorter than the other boomerangs I rode in Europe. So, all in all, good family ride. But I think we got our sights set on something a little bit bigger. But you gotta be careful because the park closes in an hour and 15 minutes, and it's still pretty light outside. Gotta thread the needle and get that Beast night ride.
No, I didn't.
All right, we rode Diamondback twice because the ops are amazing here, and those line was like 5 minutes. Sophie, best ride in the park?
Yeah.
Best ride you've ridden in a long time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we rode in row 13, which is the fourth to back row. That one wasn't quite as good, so we had to go back around. We got the very back row. That was elite. Off the charts. Awesome. So it is about 9:20. I think it's darker than it looks based on this camera, but we're going to the Beast this time. Okay, so here's how it works. They shut down the ride at 9:35 for the fireworks. And you gotta come back before 10 o'clock, and then they reboot the ride at 10:20. So if you're in line at 10 o'clock, you get a night ride. So, Sophie, that's what we're doing. Quick detour, Mystic Timbers is a walk-on, so we're getting a quick ride. Sophie,
Yeah.
why is Mystic Timbers so good?
Because it's at night.
It's not just because it's at night, it's because it has awesome forces and angles. But we didn't get any monster though. We were in the shed, something tried to break through and it never did. I guess we're the lucky ones. Beast time for real this time. I know I've been saying it for like an hour. This is a moment 22 years in the making. All right, this is the line for the Beast night ride. This is the most popular thing in the park right now, for good reason. Well, we did it. Sophie,
Yep.
what was that like?
That ride has everything you could ask for in a coaster. It had speed and anticipation. It had a few jolts of airtime. It was like a great ride. It might be my new number one.
Ooh, Night Beast, new number one for Sophie. For me, I'd say that was like it wasn't like a religious experience or anything, but it was definitely worth doing, worth staying and waiting around for. I learned a lot about how this whole thing works. Like, I was surprised to see how this whole thing's so official. Like, okay, they shut the park down, everyone flocks to it at 10 o'clock, and then they reopen it at 10:20, so everyone gets their night rides. I thought it was kind of like willy-nilly, you just kind of pop in at the end of the night and do it. So, I had no idea, so now I know. So, yeah, this is just the first part of the day. We're coming back tomorrow for more, so I'll see you then. And just like that, we are back for day 2. I got my Son of Beast shirt. It's a beautiful day for now, might rain later. But top priority today is get Sophie on Orion and Delirium, because she loves pendulums. Not the internet, not Millennium Force, and not I-305. Sophie has now ridden all the Gigas except for I-305. Sophie, what do you think of Orion?
Orion, it was a pretty good. It was normal for me.
It wasn't like...
It wasn't amazing.
It wasn't amazing. Yeah, I can see that. As I'm riding it, I'm thinking, is it weird that I think the Beast is actually better than this? Because that's kind of how I feel.
Welcome to King's Island.
Sophie says it is.
For the
That doesn't
comfort of
surprise
our
me.
guests,
For
King's
me,
Island is a smoke-free environment.
I have to think about it. But I mean, Orion's a great ride, but it just kind of seems like it's nothing special. You know what I mean? So I think we're gonna hit up Racer next. We had some good rides in that last time. Well, Racer was super smooth, decent airtime. Sophie, one problem though. What happened?
We lost.
We lost by like a whole train length. So, I don't know. I think we need to eat more, then ride again, and then we'll win. Sound good?
Yeah.
Let's go buy food.
Or just pick the train with more people.
Don't listen to her. She's just talking crazy. This is my first time seeing the new Adventure Express. This looks a whole lot different than it did before. The new logo and everything. It's kind of crazy. Adventure Express, good theming. The ride, really it beats you up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has Buzzkill too.
On RCDB it should say, designed by Buzz Killington for that last lift hill. But I do appreciate the drummer guys. They work hard. They deserve our recognition.
Even though one was broken.
One was broken. One was only doing one arm instead of two. So I think he should get a pay cut. So that was my first time on Delirium. Sophie's obviously better than Chrisanity or no?
Yes.
It was better?
So.
Wow. Okay, that was a Huss, not a Zamperla. 50 riders per car. That was pretty good. So, very quality flat ride. So next up, Sophie is going to take on something she didn't think she was going to do. That is Banshee. One of her first inverted coasters. I think she's only been on one other one, Patriot?
Patriot.
And Great Bear. But this one's a different beast, so we'll see how you like it. Hopefully it's not a traumatizing experience. Today has been awesome so far. We got here around 1 o'clock, and everything has been just either a walk-on or pretty much a station wait. So, man, this is great. Sophie took on Banshee for the first time ever. Sophie, your thoughts?
Oh, that was so weird. It was like shaky, and I didn't know when I was upside down. So I'm really dizzy now, but.
Yeah, that was a little bit more rattly than my front row ride yesterday, but it's really not that bad. Like if you have a headache, it's not gonna make it any worse. So I'm glad she got on Banshee. We got row 2 was not super intense, not like it would be in the back row. So ease her into it. All right, next thing, another coaster under the track. Let's ride the Bat.
Yellow. What does that mean? Is it the flower? Something yellow.
Amy went up on stage. Oh my gosh! And you got a whole flag out of the deal, Amy. That is amazing. Oh, she's not tall enough.
Aww.
She is not tall enough.
You helped.
Sophie, Amy is too small to ride the boomerang. Oh well. So I always, compliment Kings Island for their operations. I mean, it's a Tuesday. It's not that crowded. They still got 3 trains on everything, 2 trains on the smaller rides, and everything's open, which is great. The one thing that is closed though is Vertigo. They have the whole area blocked off. So no Vertigo for us today. That's all right. But if you listen to my videos, we may be saying goodbye to this pretty soon, so take a good look. You won't see it for long, maybe.
Do not enter.
Diamondback was awesome. Mystic Timbers was awesome, although not as good as at night, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna put the Beast to the ultimate test. Sophie says the Beast is her favorite in the park right now. We're gonna ride during the day and see if she still thinks that. Let's see what happens. So we got all the way to the front of the line, and then Sophie sneezed and broke it. Good job, Sophie. Well, it was a rare Kings Island L. Beast broke down. They are trying to fix it right now. They're on the brake run, but that is, can't win them all. It's almost a perfect day. Oh well, let's go up in the tower and see the whole park from a bird's eye view. Amy, look how high we are. And another 20 minutes passed and the Beast is still broken, so we made the right decision to get out of there. So there's no better way to end your day at Kings Island than with blue ice cream, and I did promise Amy that she can have some. Amy, give it a try. Thumbs up. And that wraps up our 2 half days at Kings Island. Altogether, pretty good day. And today was the awesome day where we had like no waits at all. Just that one blip on the radar with the Beast. Whoa! Again, allergic to breakdowns, Sophie. The one blip on the radar was that Beast breakdown. We never got back on it. So Sophie, the magic is still alive.
Yep.
Beast is still #1 in the park.
Yeah.
Is this the best park in the country?
Busch Gardens is better.
Busch Gardens is better. I disagree, but that's a respectable park. Let me know what you guys think. Is Kings Island the best park in the country? Or is it Busch Gardens or Cedar Point? Or is it Kings Island? Because this is the right answer. But anyway, comment down below. Thank you guys for watching. Drop a like, all that stuff. See you next time. Here we are at Kennywood. And so far the weather, it's raining a little bit. Weather hopefully will hold out. This is my 3rd time here technically. Sophie's first time, and she is so excited. Sophie, say hi to the camera.
Hi.
What are you excited about here?
I'm excited that they have a swing, like those huge swings.
Yep.
I'm excited they have, I forgot the name of both of them, but
a Chrysanity pendulum.
Yeah.
Yes. She's not excited as much about Phantom's Revenge as she is about the flat rides. So, 11-year-olds, what are you gonna do, right? All right, Amy, what are you most excited about Kennywood? Did you get that? Because I didn't. I feel like it's the ride that Jesse Eisenberg broke.
Wow, you this up perfectly.
either be secured or left open on ride. Kennywood.
Oncoming riders at this time, phones as well as those cell phones will be lost and taken onto this ride.
Sophie just rode Purple Phantom for the first time. I rode Purple Phantom for the first time. It was the same as the Green Phantom. Still awesome. Sophie, what was that?
That was really, really good. It was super smooth and the airtime was really good as well.
Yeah.
Just the rain.
The rain. Yeah. It's very lightly sprinkling, just enough to like feel like you're getting shot in the face with a BB gun. So we are leading Bent right now. We're definitely gonna come back, as Sophie did really like that. I think this is her type of ride. Super smooth, good airtime, and fast. But we're gonna go ahead and see what's up with Skyrocket, because that is open right now. And I've only ridden that one time. I'm dying to get a second ride in that. Well, I just got my second ever ride on Skyrocket, back row. Sophie's first. Sophie, what do you think about that?
It was really smooth. It was good for what it is, but it was just very slow.
Yeah, it was very slow. And that's what I really noticed about the zero-G roll. The first time I rode it, it threw me out of my seat while flipping around. It was one of the coolest experiences ever. And I was like hyped up for that moment, and it just didn't deliver this time. So I don't know if it's just maybe it's launching slower or it's just running slower. I have no idea what's going on. Ending was as slow as ever. I'm sure, I think by the time this comes out, my worst finales video will have come out and you'll have seen it on there. So yeah, Skyrocket, I'm gonna have to knock it down a little bit. It was not quite as impressive as it was the first time. Sophie, are you ready to ride a coaster that is 104 years old?
Wow. Okay.
She says okay. Let's see what she says afterwards.
Take your check.
So Jackrabbit, we got the back row, we got the first pick of the rows, and obviously we're gonna take it back. Sophie, how was that double down?
That made the whole ride worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ride is fun as it is, but oh my god, that double down's no joke. Like I kind of remembered like, oh yeah, it was all right. It wasn't like, it was kind of overrated. Wow. Yeah, I think we were both floored after that thing. So if you get the Kennywood, try to get the back row. It's kind of hard because they kind of funnel you into the train, and it's kind of first come, first serve for whoever gets the rows. But if you can get it, yeah, definitely get the back row. Here's the elephant in the room, literally. Steel curtain. Yep. They are being very transparent about what exactly is going on here. They are taking us down for the entire year to increase reliability and longevity. Hopefully this ride actually does reopen at some point, because it's pretty big. It's the inversion holder, the record holder in America, 9 inversions. And it has not been open since 2023. So, good luck SNS. Make it happen, Captain. Sophia, racer, overall thoughts?
We won, so it's a good ride.
We got tipped that Blue Train always wins. Sure enough, Blue Train wins. You know, racer is pretty mild, but it's fun. Has an interesting layout, kind of the way it goes back and like kind of weaves in and out. And the last hill in the back row, pretty dang good airtime. So we are knocking stuff out like crazy, trying to beat the weather today. We are heading off to this Thunderbolt next, the best wooden coaster in the park. So let's hope that is running well this year, because in the past, sometimes not so much. Thunderbolt, back row. I thought it was really a lot of fun. Every time I ran out of the station, Sophie? weird?
It was very squished.
Very squished. Yeah, she squished me. They make the smaller riders sit on the right side. And I was like, oh, why is that? Oh, I see why now. Because of the helix. Slams me and just absolutely bowl me over.
Yeah.
Squish all my liver into my mouth. Thanks, Sophie. But anyway, it's been an awesome day at Kennywood. We have not waited in line for anything all day. We've only been here for like an hour. We've ridden almost everything except for Exterminator. And we are headed to Kittyland now, where Amy's waiting for us to ride Little Phantom. Should be your third credit. Amy, are you ready for your next coaster? What do you want to do, Amy? Coasters or horsies? Little Phantom. Sophie, where's Amy? Oh, she's over there. Amy! Amy, come on! Over here! Amy, you just rode your third coaster you ever, Little Phantom. What'd you think? Was it fun? Yeah. Oh, and she's gone. Sophie? Little Phantom?
It was rough, but it was a kiddie coaster, so.
This is one of the older kiddie coasters. And it was a little, knocks your head around. But I got a new credit. Sophie got a new credit. Amy got a new credit. Everyone's happy. So one thing I've never done here is Noah's Ark. I know it's famous. It's won the Golden Ticket Award for something, best fun house walkthrough attraction for a long time. Never done it before, so I think today's the day. Let's do it. Amy, right now we are in a whale's mouth. And look, he ate apples, dogs, potatoes, bananas, frogs. What is going on in here? Amy, say hi to all the animals. Whoa! It's a rhino, it's a camel, it's a sheep. And here we go. Okay. Oh, we're rocking now. We're rocking now. Let's go the wild way. See, like there's a mild way and a wild way. Let's go the wild way. Oh, we're spinning. Black Widow. First time I've been on this. Per Sophie's request. Yep. You're welcome. So the time it took us to ride Black Widow, which by the way was awesome. We got caught in a cycle where we were at the highest point. We were rushing face first down. That was great.
Yeah, I love those rides.
Yeah, the pendulums are awesome. But the time it took us to ride that, I think we rode like all the coasters in the same time because then the operations are so unbelievably slow on Black Widow. So, Kennywood's got a reputation. I understand that. So far, everything's been fine, but that took forever. Sophie, have you ever ridden a coaster in a sewer before?
This is a sewer?
Smells like a sewer. So I remember why I like Exterminator so much. Sophie?
That was really, really intense.
Really, really violent?
Yes.
Yeah, but kind of in a good way. Not in like a violent, like it's trying to kill you way. Violent as in like, they don't trim that thing at all way. So you're spinning, you're like every turn, you're like flying from side to side. Got some airtime pops in that thing too. So if you want to ride a good spinning wild mouse, Exterminator, it's probably the best. The sun has come out. It's a miracle. Sophie, swing shot. Is it called swing shot?
It's called swing shot.
Kind of short. Pretty good forces. Pretty short.
Yeah.
But it's a walk-on, so you can't complain. So we got one more ride on the list for today. That is getting re-rides on Phantom's Revenge. Let's do it.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's the
So Phantom was awesome. Round 2, Sophie, awesome.
Yeah.
But you didn't ask to ride Phantom again. You wanted to ride
Black Widow.
Black Widow again because Sophie, of course. Alright, Sophie, I think we're done riding for the day, so there's only one thing left to do, and that is get some famous Kennywood potato patch fries. And there you go. These are bacon cheddar potato patch fries. They're pretty pricey, so hopefully they're good. Well, here we go. My streak is alive. We are leaving Kennywood for the 4th straight time because of the thunderstorm. It's going to shut the park down. Sophie, fun day otherwise?
Yeah.
Black Widow, favorite ride?
Yeah.
And Amy loved Noah's Ark. She went through it 3 times at least that I know of. So that is it for now. We are headed to Hersheypark, hopefully with better weather. So thanks for watching. See you next time. Previously on Airtime Thrills. String of bad luck and things trying to get in my way. Only one explanation for that, the curse of Skyrush. It is trying to ruin it, but I will not let it happen. I see a Skyrush coming for you. Is it weird that I'm walking around Hershey by myself, just taunting coasters? And I'm ready to officially announce that this is the most overrated piece of crap I've ever ridden. This right here is the face of pure evil. You suck, Skyrush flat bars. So the girls are on their way over here, but car won't start. Alright, well, seemingly out of nowhere, we got hit with a rainstorm.
We are cleared for takeoff.
Is it what now?
Welcome to Hersheypark. I am joined by Sophie, Richard from Richard Albertson YouTube, and his daughter Haley. Say hi. So we are hanging out. It's going to be an awesome day. Weather looks like it's going to hold up today. I'm so excited to get on Skyrush with the new lap bars for the first time, and of course get on the best coaster in the park, Wildcat's Revenge.
Folks, if we want to take photos, let's make sure we're lining up right here against the wall. Make a purple
You want to go
room.
meet the big chocolate, Amy?
Thank you.
Wildcat's Revenge, back row, with airtime room, and we got the picture to commemorate it forever. That is going to live on in history on Richard's refrigerator, probably. Sophie, what'd you think?
That's like the smoothest ride I've ever ridden.
Smoothest ride, yeah. Good old RMCs, especially new RMCs. Richard?
I love it, but
Best ride in the park?
yes, definitely the best ride in the park.
I would still say it's more of a mid-tier RMC, but that still puts it in my top 30, so you can't complain about that. Lightning Racer.
I don't know if Jolly Ranchers require.
Right, Lightning Racer, Red Train. This is the Lightning Train, right?
Yeah.
Lightning Train, you got the dads, you got the girls in the back. Sophie, we're gonna beat you.
Oh, we got the green train, those who are winning.
Oh no. Wait, is that good or bad?
Good, right?
Is that good?
I think it's good. I think they're gonna win.
I think we're too heavy to lose this thing.
Yeah, they care. They care.
It's Lightning Racer. So, we had all the weight on our side, and we still lost by a lot, by at least half a train.
Green track always wins.
Green track always wins. Just like, well, what track was it? Blue train always wins on Kennywood? Oh well.
Yeah.
My ego's hurt, but I will get over it. We will race again. Maybe, I don't know. The ride was pretty good. We did front row for the first time ever. Beginning was a little bit rough. After that, it was perfectly smooth. Still pretty forceless, but it was fun racing the girls. So, what are you gonna do?
It'll be like.
So Richard, how was it?
I didn't go.
You didn't go. Skipped out, too chicken. Or just cares about his head that too much. I thought it was good. I've never ridden that as Jolly Rancher. I've ridden it as Sidewinder, not Jolly Rancher. I thought that was good. Sophie?
It was pretty good. It wasn't that smooth, but it was fun.
Yeah, but at least with the trains, you don't bang your head. At least we got that. So, new credit for Sophie. So, yay, we only have 3 more to go.
Now get ready. Here we go. Thank you for riding Stormrunner and Trans History First Complex
Stormrunner. It's a coaster I did not think Sophie was going to ride today, but she did it.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was rattly, but
The launch was good?
it was fine.
It was fine.
The rest of the coaster was kind of.
I told her that was one of the most intense accelerations in the whole country. And if she can ride that, she can ride King the Ka, right?
Sure.
We'll get there when we get there. I thought Stormrunner was great. We were in the back row, which is kind of hard to... One row, on one side of the station, the back row was blocked off. On the other side, you could ride the back row, so we got the back. And launch was good. The drop over the top hat was the best. Got some crazy airtime over that. The rest is very whippy. It was a little bit rattly. I wouldn't call it rough like Sophie did. Just rattly, but not too bad. Amy, wrong way. Over here. You gonna ride the bugs? Amy, give me a thumbs up.
Amy, the other way.
You did it. Yeah, there you go. Good job, Amy. Well, Sophie, Richard, and Haley had to take off, and it's time to do what we came here for, which is
Sky Rush?
we're here to break the curse of Sky Rush. Sophie, you down?
Yeah.
She's not very excited for Sky Rush. I told her it's gonna be better this year. She doesn't believe me.
Nope.
I don't know either. The time has come for Sky Rush. But as you can see, the line is actually longer than it normally is, so maybe it is more popular now. We rode the all-new and improved Sky Rush. What did you think first?
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yes.
It was still thigh-crushing?
Yep.
And it was rough?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We kind of got forced into row 6, which is okay. I went all the way back, but they kind of pushed us into 6. I rode the wing, she rode the middle. The wing seat in row 6 was one of the roughest things I've ever ridden in my life. The line actually got a lot shorter just now. I was thinking about going back, but if I did, I might have a headache for the rest of the day. That was incredibly rough. As for the lap bars, big improvement. They do come down pretty hard throughout the ride, even if you're holding them up. So you do end up pretty stapled by the end. And they do release them at the end, which is really nice. The only difference is before, they'd be digging into your thighs to the point where it's painful. This one is just like a typical, you're stapled like a Gerstlauer or a Mach rides. It's just pressing down you pretty hard. And it's good when they release it. So I would say overall not a good ride, but improved, I guess. I just don't remember it being that rough before. I remember riding it a couple times. I don't think I can ride that again for a while. I'm gonna let my head recover and I'll come back for another one. Well, I wanted to ride Comet because it's different this year, new trains. I heard it's worse. So I wanted to give it a shot, but the app says 65-minute wait. I ain't doing that. So maybe later, if it gets closer to, sane wait times. In the meantime, me and Sophie are going to ride Candemonium. Candemonium is 30 minutes. That's a lot better than 60. Sophie, where are you? I can never find you after ride Candemonium. Sophie, where are you? There you are. Candemonium. There you are. Okay, so to quote Sophie, that was the best park in the ride.
Yep.
I think her brain's a little scrambled from Sky Rush. It was pleasant. We got second to back row, airtime on point. I had quite a bit of room on my lap bar. Very cool. The ending is still weak, but I'm used to it now, so it is what it is. So yeah, just after getting the snot beat out of me by Sky Rush, that was a nice, pleasant experience.
Awesome job.
Ah, Sophie, you broke it.
Let's see that wonderful pose.
Amy, when are you gonna ride Sky Rush? Probably never, huh?
Hi.
Say hi to Sky Rush. Say hi, Sky Rush. Oh, say Sky Rush, you stink. Yeah, Sky Rush, you stink. You stink, Sky Rush. What do you want to do? Ride the horsies? Yeah. Okay. Let's go ride the horsies. Oh, boys! Amy just wrote her 4th credit. Amy, how was Coco Cruiser? Thumbs up? Yeah. Was it your favorite coaster ever? You don't know? Okay. We'll do your rankings later. So, Cup Fusion, the winner of the game is Sophie. Me. Congratulations. So Amy got the credit, but she was not awake during it. So put in the comments, if you're asleep during your credit, does it actually count? Alright, well here I am again. Where is it? There it is. I'm giving Sky Rush one more shot. And my head feels better. So let's see how it fares this time. Maybe I'll try to get an inside seat. Alright, Sky Rush. We had a second bout there, and that one was better. Yeah, definitely avoid the wing seats. Man, like those are brutal. And that was good. Like the lap bar does tighten quite a bit, so it is hard to feel the airtime, but it's not painful. That's a really good thing. So we got the very back row this time, very powerful airtime, and the rattle was still there, but just not quite as painful. So Sky Rush, I would say, I'll give it a thumbs up. So one of the reasons we came back to Hersheypark this year was because the girls had just a terrible time last time with all the car breaking down and only being able to spend a couple hours here. So we got the full experience. And part of that day was running around the park and collecting credits as fast as we can. And I could not remember, and Sophie could not remember, if we got to ride Trailblazer together or not. And I went back to the vlog I shot last year. Turns out we did not. So, Sophie, one more credit. Ready for it?
Yeah.
Trailblazer. And just like that, Sophie has park completion. Sophie,
Yep.
what do you think of Trailblazer?
It was a ride.
Of all the rides you've been on, was that one of them?
I mean, I guess it kind of has to be.
Yeah, That's kind of the point. So that ride was, kind of short and pretty smooth, except for like the random like thunk, and the brake run was just kind of ridiculous. So that is it, Sophie. I don't know if I just forgot about that ride last time, but regardless, you've ridden every coaster in Hersheypark.
Yep.
How does it feel?
It feels like I rode every coaster at Hersheypark.
Well, let's go to a new park then. Let's go.
Okay.
Amy's on a train. Okay, so let's take it down a notch. Amy, I know you think you're too big for train credits now because you're a big coaster rider, but but Amy's gonna ride another train. I think this is like number 12 or something for you. You excited? You're excited. So one coaster that I'm sorry to have missed today was Comet. The line was just too long, and even though it's a little shorter now, I'm trying to film it right now, and those dispatchers are horrifyingly slow. So, sorry Comet, I wanted to try out your new trains, and not gonna happen. Amy, what do you have there?
I get bubbles.
Amy's making it rain here at Hersheypark.
I didn't know the bed.
This has a big old bubble ball or something.
Dad, I didn't know no more.
Now Sophie's is way bigger than yours, and yours is gone. Oh my gosh. One last ride on the horsies. Before we head out for the night, I just want to thank again Richard and Haley for coming out, hanging out with us, showing us the ropes of Hersheypark from a local. Much appreciated. I'll leave his links down below. It has been an awesome day at Hersheypark, and Sophie says we want one more ride on
Candemonium.
Let's make it happen. Candemonium, one of the best rides in the park. Sophie says it's the best. I still think it's Wildcat's Revenge, but maybe this ride will sway me. Okay, never mind. Candemonium was like 15 minutes a few minutes ago. Now it's posted at 40. Based on the line, I believe it. So, Wildcat's Revenge, you're safe for now. Sky Rush, still kind of suck. Candemonium, we only got one ride on you today, but it is what it is. Sophie, you have fun today?
Yeah, I did.
It was a good day. Yeah, a little more crowded than I was expecting on a Thursday at Hersheypark, but all in all, we didn't really run into that big of waits. Just the biggest casualty was Comet. We didn't even try to get on Great Bear or Fahrenheit just because we went on them last year, so we didn't really prioritize that this year. Did a lot of new things this time, so that is it. We are going to stay in Hershey tonight. We're going to head up to Knoebels and Dorney tomorrow. Hopefully finally get on Flying Turns. 4th time's the charm. And Iron Menace, brand new for 2024. So thank you guys for watching. See you next time. In 2005, Knoebels set out to build a classic extinct model, the wooden bobsled. Apparently, it was easy to do back then, but hard to do now. Kind of like sending a man to the moon. Knoebels spent 8 years on the project, and in 2013 it was finally open. I got there in 2018, closed. Again in 2020, closed. Once more in 2021, this time on a beautiful sunny weekend day. No dice, closed. In 2024, I returned for a 4th time, trying to finally ride the impossible coaster. Welcome to Knoebels, one of the most mountainous, remotest, if that's a word, parks in the country. This place looks crowded, and we have a mission today. We are going to try to hit 2 parks today. This one first. It's already about 1 o'clock, so gotta get a move on. And then Dorney Park later on. Main goals today: get Sophie all the credits. Also, ride Flying Turns. I've missed it the last 3 times I've been here. I'm gonna finally try to get today. And then Iron Menace later tonight at Dorney Park. Yeah, we'll see how crowded it is. Last time I was here, the parking lot was like just packed, just jam-packed, but the coasters didn't have a long line except for Impulse. So I'm kind of hoping that's the way it is today, but let's go check it out. We're gonna start off with Twister today just because we need to get tickets, and it's right next to the entrance. Dang, they raised the price to $450 to ride this. That's inflation right there. Sophie, show off our tickets. We got a $50 ticket book. Sophie's never had a park before. We had to actually take tickets out of a book and give it to the person because, you know, it's 2024. But it's a throwback park, so Twister, let's check it out. I've never seen a line for Twister this long. It's not very long, but still longer than I'm used to. Okay, so they're waiting until an hour after the park opens to put the second train on Twister, so this will slow us down a bit. Sophie, Twister.
It was everything in the middle. It wasn't boring, it wasn't fun, it wasn't rough, it wasn't smooth. It was a good pillow to sleep on.
Good pillow to sleep on. That is as good of a review as I have ever heard of Twister. It's fine. It's not my cup of tea, let's just put it that way. People who like Twister better than Phoenix, I don't know about you guys. Sophie, we're standing on a scale right now.
Yeah.
To determine if we can ride together. Apparently we can.
What do you think?
Turns out the weight limit is 400 pounds per seat. That's why they weigh you. But at least they don't show it, in case you do blow past that. Sophie, look, over there, it says, Flying Turns is no roller coaster because it doesn't even run on a track. So I guess this is not a credit. And we don't have to ride it now.
Okay.
Let's go. Sophie, what do you think about people who don't double up on this ride?
They don't respect the line.
Don't respect the line one bit. Find a partner, people. Well, I guess Sophie is my good luck charm because Flying Turns, I rode the Impossible Coaster. 4th time's a charm. This is only Sophie's first time, so she doesn't get the big deal. For me, it's a huge deal. Sophie, was that awesome or what?
It was very terrifying.
Terrifying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had low expectations. I thought it was going to be kind of slow or not that good. It's more of a novelty. But that was like so much fun. Like that's going to go on my winners list at the end of the year. That was awesome. Sophie, best ride in the park so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've only ridden 2, so wait. We're gonna do Phoenix next, so that might change. There we go, Phoenix experience. Sophie's first time riding. It's supposedly the best wooden coaster in the world. I don't think so, but it's still crazy, crazy amount of fun. You even have the old rocket sign on here from Playland Park. It's awesome. But what's not awesome is that it's now $4.50 to ride, which is a whole $1 more than it was 3 years ago.
Wish we could turn back time to the good old days.
I'm so used to Phoenix having no line. I've never waited this long before for Phoenix. But we got 2 trains going, fast dispatches, should be on within 15-20 minutes. Sophie, is Phoenix the best wooden coaster in the whole world?
No.
Is it close?
Sure, yeah.
Was it fun?
Yes.
Yes. We had a back row ride. Absolutely phenomenal. Full train, back row, warmed up. Oh my god, that was probably the best ride I ever had on Phoenix. That was so good. Sophie said it was weird.
It had weird elements.
Yeah, I was like narrating the whole thing. I'm like, here comes the double up, here comes the double down, here comes the finale. So getting ready for the craziness. But yeah, I was just flying. I was just completely flying out of my seat. It was so awesome. So Phoenix, if you can get this with a full train on a hot day, it's one of the best out there. Are you saying that this is not the best wooden coaster in the world, Amy? I think Amy wants to ride El Toro, not Phoenix. Sorry, Sophie. If you look in here, you'll see a little Phoenix museum. Even with the original Texas location. And the model itself is a masterpiece of a wooden coaster. Very simple, but it does everything just right. I was gonna take Sophie on Black Diamond, but that line and that capacity did not look fun. It was a long line and they only have 8 people per car, so we just decided to skip it. And we're gonna spend our last 45 minutes here trying to get Amy a new credit on Cosmos Curves. You ready, Amy? Say hi. Well, you know how they say not everything works out to plan. Amy had like the biggest freak out of her life, like the biggest tantrum, freak out, panic attack, something. So we're just gonna cut bait and head over to Dorney. Hope she calms down for that park. So in the end, Twister, Flying Turns, Phoenix. Not a bad day, all things considered. We'll have to come back later. I still have like $40 in tickets that we didn't spend on Black Diamond and Impulse and Cosmos Curves. Finally get the girls that credit, and me too. I've never ridden it either. So, hour and a half drive to Dorney. Let's check it out. Well, it's just after 6 and we made it to Dorney Park. This parking lot looks packed. So I don't know what it's gonna look like inside. I'm kind of fearing the worst at this point, but we got 4 hours to park close. Priority one's Iron Menace, but I got a lot of catching up to do at this park. It's been a long time. Right, we just took on Iron Menace, a new credit for both me and Sophie. Sophie, what'd you think?
It was a little bit shaky, but the restraints were comfortable.
Could you see how much physical pain I was in by the end of that?
Yes.
Was I whining like a little girl?
Yes.
Yeah. Was I stapled so bad that I couldn't even get the restraint up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not for me.
It was, okay, so one thing is, it is very shaky. I was sitting on the very edge, she was sitting the second on the edge. We both thought it was very, very shaky, especially for a new B&M. I understand like the wing seats are a little more shaky on these things, but that was like, it was borderline rough. And then one of the jolts like slammed my vest harness down to the point where it started pinching my thighs like vest restraints tend to do. So I was just in searing pain the whole time in the brake run. So, and then of course at the end, that little jolt where everyone's head kind of snaps over, that's still there. So,
I thought it was perfectly fine.
She thought it was fine. But yeah, it became a meme, which is funny. So Iron Menace, I think that's a one and done. Didn't really like it that much. Sophie, one and done?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because of the shakiness. So, yeah, we got a lot of other stuff to do here. Let's start with the Impulse coaster, Possessed. Sophie is so thrilled with launch coasters. She doesn't remember riding V2 last year, but I told her she liked it. She doesn't believe me. All right, vertical velocity, I say consider that a good warm-up for max force. Sophie?
I think that was really fun in an unexplainable way.
Unexplainable fun. I should put that like a poster right in the ride. Unexplainable fun. So one thing to know about Possessed is that it seems like COVID may have actually saved it, because originally Iron Menace was supposed to be a GCI a gravity group shuttle wooden coaster, and it seemed like that got scrapped once COVID came around. And those blueprints looked like it meant the end of Possessed. So Iron Menace came around a few years later instead of the Woody, and lo and behold, they got to keep Possessed. So, you know, whenever you can keep a coaster, that's good, especially one good quality like this one. Sophie was terrified of Possessed. Was it as scary as you thought it was going to be? Was it?
Was boring.
It was boring?
Yeah.
Okay, but we sat in the very back, so we got the awesome G-forces on the pull-up to the back spike and the weightless list that came along with it. That was boring?
Yeah.
Okay, not an Impulse fan, I guess.
Moving forward, so please keep your shoes on, has to go up.
Here?
I don't think there's anyone around. One stop.
That's a big.
It's big? That's a big wheel. It's a big wheel?
Dad, a big wheel.
When I died, put my ashes in an hourglass so I could finally have the body of it. It's so pretty.
Okay, so we got off the wheel. That took a while. So we have less than an hour to go. So we never reviewed Steel Force. What do you think about that?
It had no airtime, but it was still pretty good.
Yeah, people were saying like, oh, Steel Force has airtime, just like Mamba without the trims. Yeah, we rode the back and it didn't really. Really smooth, really fast, really fun, but airtime, not at all. So, Sophie, your second to last ride today, where did you go? Your second to last ride today will be Thunderhawk, and then we're gonna try to get Amy on the kids coaster, get some more kitty credits. She is gonna bail on the B&Ms though, which is too bad. But I'm gonna try to get on them before the park closes. We have less than an hour to get on 4 more rides. Can we do it, Soph?
Yeah.
She's more confident than I am, so let's see. Alright, so that was a night ride on a 100-year-old wooden coaster. 100 years old this year. Thunderhawk. Sophie, big fan.
No. It was really janky, but the ride operator was super cool.
You know what, I call this the worst PTC out there. And I don't know. I think I might stick to that. It was a bit rough, and right when it looked like we were getting some good airtime at the end, we hit a trim. Just like a criminal trim. Like one that just takes all the fun out of the finale. So that stunk. So I don't know. Thunderhawk, you push it down my list of PTCs. All right, we have arrived at Woodstock Express, but we are missing one thing. Where's Amy? We have to find her. We found her. We were looking for you, Amy. We need to go help Woodstock, okay? That was your 5th credit. Give me 5. Yeah, good job, girl. Okay, the girls are gonna stay in Kittyland. I'm gonna go try to ride the 2 B&Ms. I have 20 minutes before the park closes, and I don't even know where I'm going, so that's the problem. So first of all, shout out. Oh, I just ran into a chain. Okay, so first off, shout out to Lucas who works at Hydra. He's a fan of the Buy or Sell series, which is much appreciated. I appreciate you watching. Hydra was really good. I got a back row ride, good airtime off the drop, good airtime off before the corkscrews. Last time I rode this, I had a big problem with it being rough. And this time, it was a little rattly, but it wasn't too bad. Like before, it was like the roughest thing I ever ridden in the front row. So it's good to get back on that for the first time in 6 years. Quality Florida's coaster, one of my favorites actually. So that took about 8 minutes. I have 12 minutes left. Off to Talon. All right, Talon. All you Napoleon Dynamite fans, unite.
Do the chickens have large talons? I don't understand a word you just said.
Well, you have no idea how close I came to running into a second chain in the last 5 minutes. This is the chain blocking off Talon's entrance. It seems like I have missed this one, so that is too bad. I still have like 10 minutes left before the park closes, but it appears that Talon's done for the day. So I missed Talon, dang it. That is too bad, but I've ridden Talon a few times before. It's a pretty good invert, not the best, not the worst. So, yeah, it is what it is. All right, off to find the girls. Hi, Amy. Oh my God. Like Tokyo Drift here. Amy's having a hard time accepting the last ride of the night. She is not happy. Before we go, Sophie, I just want to point out that Dorney Park has some of the best merch of any park I've ever seen, and this store is huge. Everything Iron Menace. Didn't love the ride, but good collection of merch. So that is the end to a very ambitious day. Amy picked up her 5th credit today. Could have had 6 if it wasn't for her little meltdown earlier. That's okay. Say bye to the camera, Amy. Until next time. As for me and Sophie, I got this cool Thunderhawk 100th anniversary ornament, and Sophie got a survival kit.
Survival kit. It's a compass. It's a mirror. It is a magnifying glass.
And also a
mini magnifying glass.
I'm just trying to talk over the copyrighted music in the background, so. So yeah, very ambitious day. Woke up in Hershey, had to drive a total of like 3.5 hours to get from park to park. Didn't get to do everything we wanted to do today, mainly because of crowds and a late start, but in the end, you gotta roll with it. So, yep. Sophie, fun day, ambitious day?
Yeah.
Nickelodeon Universe tomorrow?
Yep.
All right, let's go. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Previously on Airtime Thrills. I'm really hoping this sign's wrong. Shredder, Shellraiser, and Sandy's Blasting Bronco are not going to be open today. So that's it for a very, very, very short trip, about 9-minute trip to American Dream. We get there, every coaster's closed except for 2 of them. And in addition to that, 2 of the thrill rides are closed. So they acknowledge that, and they give us these half-off tickets for a future visit, which as an out-of-towner does us no good. So Nickelodeon Universe, American Dream, again, come on, this is ridiculous. Ago, I came to Nickelodeon Universe, the American Dream Mall, and this happened. But now I have my good luck charm, Sophie, and we're gonna have an awesome time here. Hopefully, I know one big ride's gonna be closed, but hopefully that's it. We can get most of the friends here today. Sophie, you ready?
Yeah.
Amy's gonna meet SpongeBob. It's gonna be an awesome day for everyone. So there's no line for it, no one's riding it, but Sandy's Blasting Bronco is in fact open. Sophie, I have not ridden this yet. It should be fun. Okay, so I was pretty much assuming this was closed when I came up here, and there was nobody on the ride, nobody in line. The line is open, but the ops did tell us that 10-15 minutes maintenance delay. So hopefully that's all it is, because I've been here 3 times now. not ridden Sandy's Blast and Bronco yet. So this and the Shredder I've had no luck on. So let's try that next. Okay, so we're 0 for 2 on Intamin so far. The half pipe is down, hopefully just for now again. So, they get a new credit, Shredder. Been looking forward to this one for a long time. Had bad luck the last 2 times, but I think it's finally gonna happen now. Sophie, we just unlocked the Shredder credit. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that was really weird because it had like rough spots and then it had like smooth and it was just really weird to explain.
Yeah, it was a little bit rattly, I would say. Very long ride. Like I'm used to these rides being very short and compact. It was very long but very mild. Did not do a whole lot. We didn't spin that much. These guys were spinning more than we did. Probably depends on your weight. So just a general observation about American Dream right now, it is very crowded here in terms of people walking around, but the lines are very short. So that just might be the whole cost $79 to ride and stuff. So Sophie, show them your wristband. So yeah, this little wristband right here, that gets you in all the rides, but you can just walk into this park if you want to and explore. And a lot of people are doing that without actually paying for the ride. So it should be a pretty quick run through to get all the credits. And a lot of the flat rides seem down too. Hopefully they reopen. The only ride that's supposed to be closed today is Shellraiser. It's too bad, but I'm sparing Sophie the terrible potholes and the intense launch that I don't think she likes. So, oh well. There's Sandy's is going. Let's go check that out. Sophie, we just took on Sandy's Blasting Bronco, and with that, I've ridden every coaster in this park now. So, Sophie, how was that?
That was really weird. It wasn't
Really
the best
weird.
coaster ever, but
Very interesting.
yeah.
Yeah. The launches were cool, especially the backwards launch. Sophie started taking off her seatbelt. She thought the ride was over. I'm like, Sophie, there's still more to go. One thing I didn't like about it was the rough, rattly parts of the valleys of the, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Intamin screwed those wheels on a little tighter. I don't know what's going on. But aside from that, this ride lived up to the hype. This is really cool. And look, I leave her for 5 minutes and she already got inked. Amy, let me see your tattoo. SpongeBob tattoo, nice. Sophie, half pipe. What happened? We didn't spin.
We didn't spin.
The other, we were on the pink side. Green side was spinning like a centrifuge.
Yeah.
We didn't spin once.
It wasn't as exhilarating as I thought it was gonna be. It's not my fault.
I blame you.
No.
It didn't happen before you got on the ride. It's all your fault.
Relax. Now just sit tight until your car comes to a...
So we're going up the lift hill. I'm asking Sophie, what's your favorite ride in this park? And she's like, none of them. But now you have one, right?
Yep.
Slime Street. Not bad.
Yeah.
I didn't used to like it before, but I don't know, maybe I didn't get stapled this time. We got in the back row. Super smooth. No wear time.
You can get stapled on that ride?
Oh yeah, you can, and I have. Yeah, super smooth, no air time, but pretty good courses. And yeah, just a fun little tour around the park. What do you think, so?
Yeah, it has like the tiniest lap bars ever.
Tiniest lap bars ever.
Yeah, and...
Even smaller than the kids' coasters.
Yes.
Yeah. So, that's it. That's the 4 coasters in the park. So I think Sophie wants to do the pendulum that goes all the way around. She said no at first, and I said yes. She also says no to the drop tower, but she'll say yes.
I'm not gonna change my
She'll
mind.
say yes on that one. Just trust me. Just watch. Alright, you may not know this, but SpongeBob is Amy's hero. Are you ready to meet SpongeBob? Are you too excited to talk? She's too excited to talk.
I'm so excited! This is gonna be so much Awesome, that looks great. Now back to what we were talking about. Brother Mike's in the... No, sorry, Squidward. Here, I'll just take those from you.
Okay, let's try this one more time, Sophie. One more time for Sandy's. Please don't break down on me, Intamin. Well, Soph, we were on Sandy's Blast and Bronco for ride 2, and they kicked us off.
Yep.
Intamin. Best flat ride ever?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about maybe not the best ever, but pretty dang good, right?
Yeah.
Want to get some re-rides?
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah. You thought about that way too long. Sophie, what did I tell you? I told you you were going to say yes to the drop tower.
Yeah.
What happened?
I said yes.
We had to build her up. We had to keep riding more into crazy rides, and then she finally said yes to the drop tower. And was it worth it?
Sure. Yeah.
Good launch up. Got to see New York City out the skyline, and then when it dropped you down, it kind of like held you back. It didn't just let you free fall. So it wasn't as crazy as it could have been, which I'm sure Sophie appreciated, right?
Yes.
Yeah. This is really good. So as much as I appreciate all the rides being open today, except for Shell Racer, Half Pipe is currently closed. Atom Smasher closed. Sandy's is closed. So it seems like they have a bit of a maintenance issue here with things breaking down a lot. So luckily things have been closing and reopening, but it's just kind of annoying when you get kicked off the ride, or you go into a line for a ride and then it just, oh, we're not open right now. Okay, well, I didn't know that. Even the pendulum had to run some test cycles before we could get on, and right now it's doing the same thing. So chalk up another breakdown. So if we've got our second ride on Sandy's, really cool, but with that rattle, I'm done with it for the day. Agreed? Okay. Now, Half Pipe. Sophie, if this thing doesn't spin again, I'm blaming you, because I'm seeing that pink side spin all the time. Only when you rode it, it did not spin. So you can't take your kids anywhere these days. Sophie, we got to spin.
Yep.
And I got to say, that ride is like 100 times better when it actually spins.
I agree.
So it spins, and then it kind of stops spinning, and it starts spinning again.
Yeah.
I don't know what controls that. Intamin. Looking at you. Looking at you, Intamin. But, yeah. Just keep the thing spinning. Don't stop it. I think we're done with that ride, too. I think we're done riding all the coasters here.
I just want to ride some flat rides.
I think we're going to go re-ride the Pendulum, which seems not open. Still broken down. Maybe we'll find Amy. I wonder what she's up to. So between the air gliders and the friggin' Pendulum, I can't tell which way's up and which way's down. How you feeling? How's your head?
Great. I want to go again.
Supposed to go again? I think I'm done getting flipped upside down today. I'm getting old. I can't handle that. It's just way too much being held upside down and being flipped around. But those rides are nuts, man. You got some great flat rides here.
Thank you so much for partying with us. It was so much fun.
Well, I just want to give a little bit of time to the elephant in the room, TMNT Shellraiser. Literally the giant in the room. This thing is not open today. Looked like it was on scheduled maintenance for the month, which, you know, a year-round park, it's understandable, especially the one that truly operates year-round with an area like New York City. People coming in all the time. So, you know, sometimes you see a ride go down in the summer and it's like, that's too bad. But apparently, this thing's been down for months. Like, I think the entirety of 2024. So they are, I guess, getting some people in to fix it, or I don't know what's going on with it. If you know what it is, let me know in the comments below. But it's one of the best coasters in the country. And I hope they can fix it. I heard that it's getting kind of rough. Potholes are getting kind of bad. Maybe when it reopens, that'll be fixed. So here's the hoping, right? Well, for seemingly the 10th time today, Sandy's is down at the same time as the half pipe. So, Intamin strikes again.
1 hour later.
Well, I had to go grab Amy some more diapers because she got so excited to be SpongeBob, she wet herself multiple times. But same situation, half pipe down, Sandy's down. So I don't know if they ever reopened from before, but wanted to get some more footage of these things at least, and no luck. So I don't know what's going on, but you know, it's been a pretty good day here so far. We're ready to wrap it up. We've been here for, gosh, how many hours? Like 5? I think that's a new record for Nickelodeon Universe. Come on, Amy, smash those Krabby Patties. All right, well, that's a wrap. That is the best day we've ever had at Nickelodeon Universe. Not much competition, but still a good day. Sophie, fun day?
Yes.
She wanted to keep going. I tapped out. And then, so Sophie ended the day at the arcade. Show them what you got.
I got an LED cupcake.
LED cupcake.
I can't change the color.
Don't eat it. You might get battery lead acid poisoning. Nickelodeon Universe was pretty awesome today. Too bad about Showraiser, but you know, everything else was firing on all cylinders. And we are off to Great Adventure, the main event on this trip. So, thanks for watching. See you next time. Welcome to Great Adventure. This is Sophie's first time here since before she was even in kindergarten. So you remember this place perfectly, right? No. So she is super excited about going on King to Caw. We need to encourage her, everyone. Drop some comments to encourage her to go on King to Caw, the world's tallest coaster as of right now. What are you leaning right now, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Let's go before you change your mind. Great Adventure. This is the apex of the trip. I'm here to get some rides, really experience the park for the first time in 5 years, and film for my documentary coming up this month. They have the entire history of Great Adventure written on this tent. So if you guys don't want to watch my documentary, just come to Great Adventure and read this tent. Sophie, are you excited for El Toro?
Yeah.
It's your mom's #1 coaster. It's my #4 coaster. Let's see how good it is now. I have not ridden this in 5 years, so I'm a little nervous for it because I heard it might be a little bit rough now. El Toro, first time for me in 5 years, first time ever for Sophie. Sophie, what'd you think?
It's kind of rough.
It was kind of rough.
The lap bars are not good.
Oh, I thought the lap bars were great, but I do agree that it is running a little bumpy. The first hill, the first drop and the 2 hills are great. Just some of the turns and then the ending, it's gotten quite a bit rougher since the last time I rode it. So we did have a chance to ride again in the back row. Sophie turned it down. I didn't really blame her. I don't want to hurt her head too much first thing in the day. So El Toro, maybe I'll come back later. Maybe Sophie can ride the kiddie rides while we do that. But in the meantime, I think it's time to check out the current world's tallest coaster, not the world's fastest coaster. Fastest coaster in America. That's all that matters, right? Well, today I'm a proud papa because Sophie just rode America's tallest, fastest coaster and the world's fastest. Right, no, the world's tallest, sorry.
Yeah.
Sophie, are you proud of yourself?
Yeah.
And how'd you think about the ride?
Ow. That hurt.
Yeah, it's a little bit worse than Top Thrill Dragster was. What was the painful about it?
It just rocks you from like side to side really fast.
Yeah.
And head bangs.
Okay, I think it kind of hurts for the shorter people. The head and the over-the-shoulder restraints were totally unnecessary. But, you know, it's the first time I've been that in 5 years, and I thought it was really good. It was good to get back at 128 miles an hour. It's a crazy feeling. Dueling Intamans here. You can't beat them.
Yeah, because I walked all the way back there.
Dude, it was such a
So we just flew around the old parking lot at Great Adventure. Sophie, is that as good as you remember at Great America?
Yeah.
It was. That was super smooth. And if you don't want to get caught in this pretzel loop, which is coming up right behind me, there it goes. If you don't want your head to get like destroyed in that thing, put it back. Put it against your headrest. It's nice and pleasant. You'll feel the snot running up to your brain, but aside from that, you're good. So I've actually enjoyed the nice smooth ride. Hey Sophie, you ever ridden a coaster while standing up before?
Yeah.
You have? When was that? So I was kind of trashing Firebird about being the only B&M that has headbanging. And then we rode Green Lantern. Sophie, no good?
No.
And so I think that was really her first stand-up coaster. If you know any kind of non-looping black and red stand-up coaster that she might have ridden, please put in the comments because I don't know what she's talking about. It might have been a dream, actually, if I, to be perfectly honest with you. The ride is pretty smooth, no rattle, good forces. I think it's a solid ride, but there's definitely those moments where your head's going back and forth. Wasn't too bad for me, but Sophie did not appreciate that one bit. Amy, let me see your tiger. Nice?
I take it.
Nice tiger. Sophie?
Yep, I got my tiger.
Both girls got a tiger. I don't have a tiger, but I do have El Toro, so that's a good price. Sophie, Jersey Devil, what'd you think?
It was smoother than what I thought it was gonna be. It was fun.
But you knocked yourself in the shoulder on the way out. Yeah. I thought it was definitely faster than it was the first time I rode it. I just don't like the restraints in the way you're sitting. Kind of makes it hard to enjoy the elements. But, you know, I still say it's the worst RMC, but you can hate on me in the comments if you want. Pretty sure they just got those measuring sticks from Home Depot, slapped them together. Is it really 54 inches? Who knows? This scene looks oddly familiar to me. Comment below if you know what this is. Okay, the crowds are starting to roll in. We just waited about 20-30 minutes for Nitro. The dispatchers are great, so no knock on them. It's just, you know, long line. So, this is choppy. Why is this choppy? Best ride in the park?
Yes.
Nitro was nuts.
Also your logo?
Also, yeah, we just rode my logo. So Nitro was like aggressive, especially around the helix into the brake run, and that finale is great. One of the best B&M finales of all time. So Jersey Devil, I think, was my 665 coaster. Would have been perfect if it was the next one. Amy, that was your 6th coaster. What'd you think? Fun? Yeah, I think that of her 6 coasters, 4 of them have been clones of these Zamperla gravity coasters, so we'll try to find her something different next time. That was your number. Amy's 6th credit. Can you count to 6? 6. All right, so Sophie's ridden this before when she was 5. Yep. But she wants to ride it again because she loves it so much. First of all, what's that smell? Sophie, you smell that?
Yeah.
It smells rank. You know what that is?
What?
It's failure. Because actually, it really does smell here, I'm not joking. But Wonder Woman is closed, and Sophie was looking so forward to riding that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I love
it might reopen later. I don't have my hopes up, but it might. As for Dark Knight, that was, what do you think, Sophie? Wild Mouse in a Box?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you call it lame?
Yeah.
She actually called it lame. She loved that thing when we rode it at Great America. That one, I think it was running just as fast, but it was not quite like as themed. It seemed like after the first 2 turns, they just kind of gave up on the theming. So all you have left is Wild Mouse in a Box. And for what it is, I appreciate they don't trim it. So I guess it's pretty good. Justice League. I missed this thing.
I won. I had the highest score, but the camera picked up him.
She's so mad, which is hilarious. So this part of the park is dead, but pretty soon it's going to be very much alive because right behind me is the Flash Vertical Velocity, the brand new Vekoma Super Boomerang. And when this does eventually open, I'll have to get back. They have a whole shop in here that's dedicated to 50th anniversary stuff. That's awesome. So one of the reasons that my documentary didn't come out in the spring like it normally does is because of this trip right here. I wanted to get a lay of the land, I wanted to film everything that I didn't have footage of and really get ready for my 50th anniversary documentary of Great Adventure. So that should be dropping pretty soon, so be sure to check that out when it does. So when you look at El Toro from this angle, I mean, is there anything better than that? Like, it almost doesn't even look real. It's like the most beautiful coaster in the world.
Constant with you.
Let's go see a real tiger, come on. So, no safari for us today. I guess they changed it this year to a system that was pretty easy, where you just kind of walk in and you ride it, to now you have to reserve it, but you can't do it until the day you're here. And you need to log in and scan a code and reserve it, and they're out of reservations, but this one's only open 2 days a week, but the other one in the parking lot is open every day. I don't have any clue what's going on here, but the bottom line is no safari. Last time we were here it was pretty easy, and they made it hard. So that mine train meant business, all right, Sophie?
Yep.
That was pretty intense.
For a mine train called mine train, it was a pretty good mine train.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, literally. That was not the longest ride, but like right from the start, it was like, oh yeah, we're doing this. Crazy, like fast turns and janky track profiling, and then we're sitting in the back, so as the train goes over those hills, you see it just disappear, and you get flung over the top. So. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's one of the better rides in the park. Sophie, let's ride it again.
Yeah.
Here we go. Zumanjaro, another casualty of whatever Six Flags is doing. It says it's down for current routine annual maintenance, but it's pretty much been down the whole year. I think it's not going to open until next year, so it's too bad. The world's tallest drop tower, and it would be cool to get on it, but not this time. So when I did my video for the what coaster could be gone next for Six Flags Cedar Fair, for Great Adventure, I chose King Kemah. Just because I couldn't think of anything else that was really in danger. But if you guys have any different opinions, let me know. So, when I first got to the park in 08, it was called Medusa, but it wasn't open. Then I rode it as Bizarro a few times, and now it is back as Medusa. The only thing is, I think they're running one train. So on this day where the park's really not that busy, the line is pretty long. So, I think I'm gonna skip it. I don't wanna, depends if I wanna waste one of my skip the lines on a Medusa clone. I should say, sorry, a Scream clone. I think I'll just admire it and go back to the problem where we used to have, oh, is it Medusa East or Medusa West? Yeah, we're back to that again. You ready, Amy? Ready, Sophie?
Yep.
Here we go. So that's the first time I've ever been in that wheel. That was awesome. Just phenomenal shots of the whole park. Sophie had took a little break from riding, and while I got all my documentary shots. Sophie's all rested, ready for 2 re-rides. And the first one is, it's not the rides you think, but first up, Nitro. Sophie, Nitro, thumbs up? Okay, so that was your first re-ride request. The second one is King Kemah.
No.
El Toro.
No.
What was it then?
Mine train.
Mine train. Yeah, mine train, let's go. Here's some more history here on the walls. township of Jackson. You got Angus Wynn, the founder of Six Flags, and of course, Warner Leroy. You'll hear a lot about him in the documentary, the visionary of the entire operation here. And of course, Harry Applegate, the guy behind Great Adventure History, who was nice enough to give me permission to use his stuff before he passed. So, thank you to all three of these men for everything you've done. Amy always sees me walk backwards, so now she's trying it too. It's a skill. You have to learn. She has to peek back. She'll learn one day. Hey, Amy, you're cheating. You have to walk backwards. There you go.
Exit to the right. Please sit back at this station if you would like to ride again, find an extra row. Otherwise, 5 minutes out.
Sophie, I think I'm ready to call that. Other than Thunderation, best mine train I've ever been on.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Man, that thing is just nuts. It's got me saying all kinds of words I shouldn't see saying around Sophie at the end. I don't remember it being that good. I don't know. Maybe my memory is not serving right, or maybe they just made it faster over the last, I don't know. It's 50 years old now, and it's running better than ever? I don't know. So my plan was to ride El Toro one more time. I didn't want to just have that one kind of slow morning ride to be the one that I got when I got here. So I was like, okay, you know what? Before we leave, I'm gonna use my one shot, or my skip the line, and get on El Toro before we go. But it looks like El Toro's done for the night. It was testing when we were on the wheel. I don't think it's reopened since. It's been down for a couple hours, I think. So it's kind of too bad. At least I got one ride. It wasn't that good, but I know what El Toro can do, and can't really judge it on that one. So I'm gonna make my last ride of the night. I'm gonna use my last skip the line on Medusa. First time I've ridden it as Medusa, so that's gonna be cool. Alright, so that was good. Shout out to Chris, the ride-off. He was awesome. Medusa, man. Not my favorite layout. I mean, we all know how I feel about Scream. This is the same layout as Scream. That doesn't change. But holy crap, that was a glossy smooth. Here it comes right here. So anyway, that was not a hint of a rattle on the whole thing. And I like how they kept the same theming elements as Bizarro. They just threw them in, like, why ruin a good thing? So Medusa, very impressed with how smooth that was. All right, so that is a wrap. We opened this place and we almost closed it. We left a little bit early. Sophie, great adventure. What do you think?
It was a pretty good park.
Not the best.
No, it did have some fun rides, but I wouldn't call it my favorite.
Yeah, I mean I totally get that. Just these rides didn't exactly jive with what Sophie likes, especially the first 4 we rode. They were all kind of headbangers. So,
and the pendulum was down.
And the pendulum was down, which is just a big you're dead to Sophie if that's the case. You cannot take her pendulum down. So we went the whole day without Flash Pass, whatever it's called here. Which was good, and didn't even need it. It was pretty, we hit everything early, and then everything else, Nitro had like a 15-minute wait, and that was pretty much it. The one thing I had a problem with the park with was that they did not have hardly any good 50th anniversary merch. Even in the 50th anniversary store, they had a couple shirts and a pin set, but like when Kings Island had their 50th, man, they were just swimming with all kinds of merch, and Great Adventure could do a lot better with that. So I don't know, if you guys are watching, maybe put some more stuff in your stores. So that's it for Great Adventure. I got a metric ton of footage for my documentary. Check that out, coming out this month. And that's all. So thanks for watching. See you next time. So popped into Great Adventure just for a couple hours. Got El Toro, got Nitro, and we got Skull Mountain, which we missed yesterday. Sophie? Best coaster in the park is still Nitro.
Yep.
But El Toro was better this time.
Yes.
Yes, because she didn't get stapled as bad. We are at Sesame Place, first time. The park closes in 2 hours. Should be enough time to get our stuff done. So let's go inside. Amy, do you want to say hi to Big Bird? Yeah, you
That
do.
is a pretty good view.
Well, that's a wrap on day 11. Sophie, Sesame Place, cool park?
Yep.
I'm really glad that I got to see it for the first time after hearing about it for so long. Oscar's Wacky Taxi was outstanding. One of the better family wooden coasters ever. Good airtime, especially in that last pop. Really good ejector, actually. And then Vapor Trail, really good, smooth family coaster with some pretty good positive forces. And yeah, that's the only 2 coasters they had in the park, as far as I know, unless we missed one. But yeah, we are out of here. We closed the place down. We are going to Lancaster to go to Dutch Wonderland for day 12. Dutch Wonderland and Adventure Park USA. Kicking off day 13 at Dutch Wonderland, which is just a couple minutes from our hotel. This is a, almost paid $30 for parking, and the tickets for 3 of us was like $134. So that's a lot of money to pay for a few coasters. And we're only gonna be there for about 3 hours, so make the most of it. I mean, we're flying, look. Well, we spent about 3 hours here. Yeah, about 3 hours here at Dutch Wonderland. Really cool park. They've won a bunch of golden ticket awards for the world's best family park, and I can see why. My only beef is that they're a little bit expensive. Aside from that, really cool park to bring your kids. So we're out of here. We are heading down to Adventure Park USA for my first time. 2-hour drive into Maryland. Hopefully we'll get there a couple hours before the park closes. So we just rolled up to Adventure Park USA about 2.5 hours before they close, and the park just looks empty. There's like no one in there, but they are open, and we saw the Wildcat go. So I guess they may have a rotating staff. It's just weird, and you look in the park and there's no one walking around, no one in the station for the coasters. So let's get some credits. Amy, are you gonna ride the big coaster with us? This one right here? Maybe not this one, huh? Maybe wait till the tumbleweed coaster.
You can ride it when you're...
So today we rode the very first CCI Kingdom coaster. Sophie thought that was janky, right?
A little. It was shaky.
It was a little shaky. Okay. We also rode the only SNS suspended coaster, which was Merlin's Mayhem. That was good, right?
Yes,
that was good. And then Joust, of course, we got that with Amy. And then here we got to ride the Wildcat, which used to be at Busch Gardens Williamsburg, as well as the other one, which was called, I think it was called Wild West. That used to be at Fun Spot Kissimmee. So a lot of history around here. Also, we got to ride the, what was it called? The Tumbleweed. Yeah, the Tumbleweed. That was the coolest kids coaster I've ever ridden with Amy because it did not jerk her head around, and I appreciate that. Get it, Amy, get it. Yeah. That's it, we're out of here. We are heading on to Six Flags America to answer the age-old question, is Six Flags America still that bad? Amy, what is that?
A lollipop.
You have a lollipop? I think of all the days that we've spent on this trip, this is her favorite by far. Look at this. She made out like a bandit. GPS, take me to...
Oh, buddy, you better not say Six Flags America.
Yeah, Six Flags America. I want you to take me to Six Flags America.
You've got to be kidding me. You are unbelievable. You hate that park. I hate that park.
GPS.
You make me sit in the parking lot staring at that horrible
harsh,
place.
don't you
The rides
think?
always break down. If they're even open, they slam your head around. You're seriously deranged. Have you even heard of Busch Gardens?
Okay,
Have you even heard of Hersheypark?
Shut up. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go to Six Flags America without you, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
This
All right.
car will self-destruct in 3, 2, 1.
$40 for parking. 5 years ago, I asked the question, is Six Flags America really that bad? And my answer was, but is this park really that bad? Yes. So for the first time in 5 years, I'm gonna have a full day at Six Flags America, but this time I have my good luck charm. She's been awesome getting me on all the rides I've been missing this whole trip. She's got her Six Flags I thought I said America, adventure hat on. I thought it was going to inspire this park to be great. So, we will see. They have a brand new section, the steampunk section with the new painted and renovated SLC, which I'm excited to get on. Looks like everybody riding Firebird. All right, they are closing off their shoot-the-shoots as they evaluate the future of the site. Possible raptor site? We'll see. So I did pop in here for a little bit 3 years ago, 2021, just to ride Firebird. We didn't really have time to do anything else. So this really is my first full, complete day, like, let's get everything done type day here in 5 years. And I'm really, really curious to see how the park has improved, especially because we got the brand new Steamtown, which is completely shut off right now. So hopefully that opens a bit later. But yeah, we'll see how many rides are open. I haven't seen a whole lot of things go yet. For some reason they blocked us off from walking up to the gates. There's a ton of empty seats, but no one's manning this rope. So I guess we'll wait next to train. Six Flags America. Sophie just rode the very first B&M ever. Sophie, what do you think about that?
It was a little bit rough, and it was a headbanger.
It was, yeah, I kind of felt like, I warned her, keep your head stiff on that one. And you can kind of feel, I felt little punches in the back of the head a few times, but that's okay. We were in the front row, which was pretty interesting. And yeah, all in all, not as bad as I remember it, but probably because we were in the back last time. The front, a little bit more pleasant. So one cool thing about Firebird is they got that fire effect going consistently on every train, and it is quite the spectacle when you're actually on the ride. So good on you, Six Flags America, making that thing work. All right, so we're just walking around. Doesn't look like crowd's gonna be a big issue today. So, Amy, are you ready to ride your 10th credit? Your 10th coaster? Can you put all 10 fingers up? Give me 10 fingers, give me 2 5s. Yeah, there you go. 5 and 5 again. Well, 5 years ago, Raging Cajun was the big surprise of the day. How unbelievably awesome that spinning was. Sophie, Did it live up to the hype?
Yes, it did.
Oh my goodness. We've had some really good spinning coaster experiences, like on Exterminator and on the one at Beech Bend. I think it's just called Wild Mouse. But that one might have taken the cake. Raging Cajun. I don't know what they do to that thing, but they need to do it to all of them. That was amazing. So there are people on Wild One, but we got turned away because it is closed. So, Six Flags America, hashtag. Sophie, did you get your pendulum fixed for today?
I did.
So that was not as good as Black Widow?
No.
Or Joker? No. Do we know why?
The apex just wasn't enough.
It didn't punch you in the gut,
No.
which makes sense. But anyway, good addition to the park. Really elite flat ride. I think next up we're going to try Poltergeist's less themed cousin, Joker's Jinx. It's a coaster enthusiast dream. All the middle rows are blocked off. No middle rows for you. What do you think, Sophie? What's better, this theming or a Poltergeist haunted house?
Poltergeist.
You think so? I don't know. They have mirrors here. That's cool. Sophie, Joker's Jinx. Pretty good, huh?
It was fine.
It was fine.
I feel like Poltergeist was definitely longer and faster.
I told her it's a clone. Carbon copy clone. She does not believe me. She thinks this is slower and this is shorter and also has like 5 less inversions, you think?
Yeah.
I think the operation's pretty good. They actually sent the next train out before we even got down the exit ramp. There's only one train, so that's pretty impressive. I thought it was pretty good. It was very smooth. It is a little slow up in the top just because that's just the way these are built. But at the end, where it gets kind of chaotic before the last corkscrew, that's really awesome. So, Joker's Jinx is a thumbs up for me. We're gonna head to the back. We're gonna hit Superman finally, and just check out Batwing. It doesn't look like it's going. I'd be stunned if it was open. That'd be like a miracle of all miracles, but I'm not counting on it.
Bye.
Well, Sophie, I'm officially surprised. Is that like a cross between shocked and surprised? I am surprised that Superman was really cool. You like that?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
After we rode the one at Darien Lake last year, I was kind of disappointed. I thought it was kind of uncomfortable and rattly and rough and didn't have good airtime. That had good airtime. It was a little bit rattly, not really rough, and other than the stupid shin guards, I thought that was a really, really good ride. So I'm definitely going to rank that above the one at Darien Lake from now on. That being said, we are headed back to Batwing. Batwing is actually going, which is a miracle. I cannot believe it. Six Flags America, redeeming yourself. Let's go. Sophie, we did the impossible. We rode Batwing.
Yep.
What did you think about Batwing?
That was very weird.
Yeah. But in a good way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of nervous about taking Sophie on this one just because I wasn't sure how rough it was going to be. It was a little bit rattly, especially at the beginning, but I wouldn't call that rough at all.
No.
Not even one bit. So, yeah, the loop on your back is one of the craziest experiences you can get. But my favorite part, it wasn't that bad, yeah, but it was just crazy because you're as a loop on your back. What do you want? We have one more coaster for Sophie to ride, that's Wild One. And then I'm gonna ride Roar and the SLC, whose name escapes me right now because it's kind of long. I don't want her riding those because gotta protect her head. So that's what we're gonna do. Protect her head, protect her head, protect her head. Wonder Woman, the Sky Flyer. They've actually let me record on this last time with my camera, which was awesome. But that right now is not open. Okay, so we just had lunch. I think Wild One's still closed, so Sophie's going to the water park. Amy's going to the water park. Amy, stand up. Hi, are you ready to go to the water park? Ready to go to the pool? Okay, I'm gonna go ride some terrible coasters. These guys are gonna go get wet, so bye. So this part of the park is just super dead. They're just like waiting for people to come ride. Just so quiet over here, just like no commotion. Let's start with the positives. It looks great, great color scheme. That gold with the kind of the reddish supports, kind of like 49ers colors kind of. Those look great. Vest restraints, big upgrade. That is one of the roughest, shakiest, jankiest SLCs I've ever ridden. Kind of up there with Napuco and Lost Island in terms of just like, oh my God, that track is just awful. So I wish they would have gotten a retrack along with the repaint and the new trains. If they did, that'd be a great ride. But instead, that was a horrifying experience. So aside from the jankiness of Professor Screamore, I like this whole Steamtown area. It's very, it's not very big, but they did a very good job with everything. It's very immersive. So I hope they do to this park like they did with Magic Mountain, just where they keep updating section by section until the whole park looks like it's new. So hopefully we can get some more investment here. That'd be great. If not new rides, at least in new areas that look awesome. Okay, so this has been down all day. I really don't think it's going to open today. There are people in the station, just, you know, employees. So maybe, but it's been hours now since we got here and it's just nothing. People are in the train station, so I don't know. I'm holding out. If it opens, I will definitely give Roar a shot.
What'd you say?
So Wild One, first of all, happy birthday to the ride operator. 22nd birthday today, made that known to everybody. And thanks for having a lot of passion for your job, because that is infectious. So Wild One was good. Good airtime, a couple of moments where it like kind of breaks your ribs, but you know, it's an old coaster, it happens. Not too sad Sophie didn't get to ride that because it might have been a little bit too rough for her, but otherwise very, very solid wooden coaster. That wraps up a pretty good day at Six Flags America. Sophie, like this park? This is actually the water park. They've been hanging out here for the last couple hours. Well, I've been getting my brains beaten in by the Screamore coaster, and luckily not Roar, because that would have been painful. So I can't complain too much about that, because the last time we were doing the strike system, I actually gave them an extra strike for having a bad coaster. RMC, I got a new project for you.
Honestly, every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not that way.
I can't complain. You know, Roar's closed, and I saved myself a headache. So I guess the final question is Is Six Flags America still really that bad? And the answer is no. It's actually a pretty good park. Sophie, you agree?
Yeah, I think so.
Amy, you agree? Give it a thumbs up. There you go. All right, so that is all for Six Flags America. We'll be coming back here every year now since it's such a great park, and I'll see you next time. Previously on Airtime Thrills. Is this the best park in the country?
Busch Gardens is better.
Busch Gardens is better. I disagree, but it's a respectable park. Welcome to Sophie's favorite park. Sophie?
Yep.
Where are we right now?
Busch Gardens, Williamsburg.
And is it a nice day?
No.
It is not. But it is raining now. It might get worse before it gets better, but hopefully crowds disperse and we have the park to ourselves. That's the goal. Looks like today we are missing out on the Skyride and Tempesto. So no big loss. Luckily, Sophie, we got Tempesto last time.
Yep.
You remember what that was, do you?
No.
That's okay. Not important. So like I said before, this is Sophie's favorite park, but it is under scrutiny today. She might come away thinking it's not the best because after all, she is wearing a Six Flags America sweater, and that really gives this park a run for its money. So Sophie, by the end of the day, you have to tell me if this is still your favorite park, okay?
Okay.
All right. So we really have a few missions here today. First and foremost, Sophie wanted to come back here so bad after we came here 2 years ago and had the best time. Second, Dark Coaster, brand new coaster that was since we've been here. And Sophie didn't get to go on Verbolten last time, so that is another mission. Also Alpengeist. And also, I've never ridden Grover's, and neither has she. So maybe after being here 4 times, I can finally get on Grover's. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And also make use of our SeaWorld passes, which were not cheap. Gotta use them. So this used to be a dark ride. I've never been on it. It's called like the Curse of Dark Castle or something like that. And they took that out, overhauled it, and now we got Dark Coaster. An awesome indoor ride, which is great because it's raining and we can get out of it. No BB guns to the face on this one. Sophie, we just took on Dark Coaster.
Yep.
Good ride?
Yes, this ride is just another reason to call this my favorite park.
Ooh, shots fired in a good way, if that's possible. So that ride was cool. I didn't know much about this ride going in. It does seem like they send you around twice. Like you probably hit a switch track and you go around the course twice, which I was not expecting. And I'm pretty sure that's what went on. Sophie agrees, right?
Yeah.
We went around twice. Yeah, cool ride. Minimal theming, but cool ending where you like get eaten by that ghost. So that's pretty cool. So awesome family coaster. Good way to get out of the rain, which is still raining right now, but hopefully it'll let up soon. I think it's time to take Sophie on, what's it called? Verbolten. She missed it last time. A little surprise in for her. Well, it was fun not telling Sophie what Verbolten was before we wrote it.
Yeah.
Were you surprised?
Yes, I
What was the most surprising part?
The drop.
The drop track.
Yeah, that was really fun though.
Yeah, she's ridden drop tracks before, but when you're not expecting it, it really hits you hard. So it was just fun. I'm like, let's go on Verbolten. She's like, okay, well, I'm not going to describe what it is to her. So yeah, it was a nice little family ride and launches you into that intense indoor section, the drop track, and then the launch out and the drop off. That is a really cool, interesting ride. It's not the best ride, but if you want like something interesting, Verbolten doesn't get much more interesting than that. So normally I would say ride Alpengeist in the back, but because this is kind of intense, because Sophie's here, we're gonna ride in row 3. But yeah, normally, for all you enthusiasts out there, right at the back. Get the extra whip. This thing's awesome. Alpine Guys, who knew? Row 3 still rocks. Sophie, that was your first time on Alpine Guys. What do you think?
Yep, I refuse to think that there's a bad coaster in this park.
I might agree with you. Like, honestly, what is the worst coaster in this park? Is it Tempesto? If it's Tempesto, then that's like, seriously, really, really good. So, just even in row 3, very, very whippy when it came to the Cobra Roll, the first inversion on that, and then the turn into the mid-course brakes. Those were very snappy, and it could maybe cause them neck banging, so watch out for that. Otherwise, intense, very smooth, not a hint of a rattle, right, Sophie? No rattle? No rattle. That's not always been the case, so they've been really taking good care of this. It's 27 years old now, still running like it's new, so good job, Busch Gardens. Sophie, how are the lines today so far?
Very good.
Very, very awesome. These, like Invader and Revolton, I'm sure Dark Coaster too, usually have humongous lines today because of the rain. That's about ready to taper off for the day. We got nothing, so we got lucky. Sophie, you are my good luck charm.
Told you.
Told you. Very humble, this one.
Exiting guests.
So I remember that being faster. Maybe I'm misremembering. Sophie? She said it was perfectly fast as it was.
I say that's the worst ride in the park, and I still rated an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, it was a really good, solid family GCI. I can't really complain. Like the roughness was pretty minimal, and if it's designed to be more family friendly, then the speed was perfectly fine. I just thought it'd have a little bit more bite to it from the last time I rode it. I thought it was, whatever. So, as of right now, I say that's the worst ride in the park. Still not a bad ride at all. Sophie, let's go on the swings.
Yeah.
Platform clear. You're out the door.
So I said let's go ride the swings, but it seems like I forgot about Griffin, which would not be the first time I forgot about it if you saw my top 100 last year. Oops. So sorry, Griffin. We rode the back row, and that was what?
Same as always,
Same
but
as always.
still really good.
Well, okay. Same as yeah. If you're at the top of your game, you can't go any higher, and that is exactly what Griffin is. I got a little bit of room also on my harness. Did you get a little bit of room on yours?
No.
No, you were stapled.
I wasn't stapled, but I didn't have room.
Okay, I had a little bit of room, so that air time on the 2 drops was just immaculate, and then a little air time before the splashdown. And even that little snappy ending's cool. So, Griffin, good dive coaster. I think I'm gonna put you back in my top 100 next year. Sophie, look.
Yep.
Nothing says America like a bald eagle staring you down.
No take me.
He looks mad. We should probably go. Oh, he's staring right at me. So at Six Flags America, I was really impressed with Steamtown, just how immersive and like well themed that one spot was. When you walk around Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, that's literally the whole park. It's amazing what they've done to this place. This is Ireland. They don't have a lot of stuff here, but they do have a screaming swing. Last time we were gonna ride that, we got screwed over by the thunder, lightning, shut down the park for a couple hours. This time, looks like the rain is gone, not in the forecast anymore. I think it successfully drove the crowds away, and now we get to enjoy the park to ourselves, with a few other people, but mainly to ourselves, and Amy. Amy, can I have a strawberry? No? Fine. Amy, what is your favorite animal? Don't look at Sophie, I want your answer. Is it a monkey? It is, isn't it?
During your ride, please keep your hands and arms down.
Hey Sophie, you want to take the orange swing? I'll take the green one?
No.
Fine. Sophie, who does that remind you of?
Amy.
It reminds me of Amy.
So it may be checked for you.
So it took Sophie to tell me that was the worst coaster in the park before we rode it, for me to remember that this ride just got overhauled. I completely forgot. I made a whole video about who can get the next Loch Ness treatment, and here I am forgetting that the ride actually got an overhaul. Sophie, still the worst coaster in the park?
Yeah, they say you can't fall out of the loop even if you don't have a restraint because it goes so fast. Well, you can on Loch Ness Monster because that's the slowest loop I've ever been on.
Well, they do trim it before you go in there. I didn't think it was that slow. The slowest loop I've ever been on, that you've ever been on, is full throttle, by the way. But that's besides the point.
The theming was nice.
Yeah, the theming was good. I never thought the ride was rough to begin with, so the retracking was kind of like, okay, I wouldn't have noticed anyway. But the theming elements in the tunnel, I think they added that Loch Ness statue at the end, right? I don't remember seeing that last time. That was cool. So I guess improvement on the ride. Definitely wasn't any worse, and definitely not the worst coaster in the park. If it's not as good as Tempesto, at least it's better than Invader, in my opinion. So at this point, me and Sophie only need one more coaster for park completion. Yep. That is Grover's. Never been on it. Had bad luck since I've been here at this park. This time we're doing it. It is a 38-inch coaster, so Amy is not tall enough to ride. And besides, I don't think I want her riding this anyway. It's a little bit too intense. Well, 2008, 2019, 2022, finally in 2024, I got the Grover credit. Sophie, park completion. Best ride in the park?
Yeah.
She wanted to ride it again. She made fun of me because I wanted to sit in the back. Because I was like, you're going to grip the back on a kiddie coaster? But I'm like, look at that drop. That thing. It's got some force in the back. Not as much as I thought it would have, but you know, I stand by it. I have no idea why Sophie wants to be in the splash zone, but her choice, not mine. There we go. I am not raising a smart girl. Sophie, are you done? No? Oh, jeez. Okay, that was way worse. That was way worse than the last time. Sophie, I don't know why you do the things you do, but I think you need to dry off a lot of it. Maybe B&M Hyper might do the job. Well, this is the reason why we can't ride all the coasters today, because Tempesto is down for the day. Not a big loss, but we did just try to ride Apollo's Chariot, and it's broken. Sophie, how does a B&M Hyper break? There's only one explanation.
Brake lights?
No, you screwed it up by getting all that water all over you, and it washed off your good luck charm. Thanks. Well, let's go ride Pantheon, see if you can break that too. Okay, Pantheon is also closed. Sophie.
What have I done?
I blame you. This is no other explanation. Now a bee's chasing me. That's not cool. Whoa, he's back. Okay.
Are you guys on a huge...
Okay, Sophie's drying out. Her magic is back. Apollo's is back open. Hopefully she can do the same for Pantheon. Weakest B&M Hyper you've been on? Yeah. Still fun. Smooth. Decent airtime. Kind of feels like it lifts you out of your seat about an inch before you fall back. We were in the very back too, so you can't get much better than that. Still a fun ride, but I mean, after riding Nitro and Diamondback on this trip, it just lacks a lot.
Are now closing. Please let go of your harness so it may be checked for you at this time.
All right, Sophie, we're in business. First one's back on Pantheon after it broke down. Is that smart? I don't know. We'll find out. All this great Pantheon theming. Up the stairs. Don't trip on the stairs. Empty stations. All for us.
Harness the speed and strength of 5 Roman gods as you conquer Pantheon. If you're not riding at this time, please take a step back. The gates are now closing. Ride, remain seated, keeping your hands on the lap bar with your arm against the headrest at all times.
All right, Sophie, make it official. Best park in the ride?
Yes.
Best park in the ride, Pantheon. Not just the best ride in the park by a country mile, but one of the best rides of all time, right? So, still in your top 2 of all time?
Yep.
So it goes, what, Beast and Pantheon?
Yeah.
Steel Vengeance? Come on, what happened to Steel Vengeance?
Maybe Pantheon moved a little bit.
We didn't ride Steel Vengeance this year and she forgot about it. Ah, what a shame. So Pantheon is just one of the best coasters in the world. Period. End of story. We rode it twice in the pack row just because you can't ride that just once. It's so good. It's so diverse. It's got all kinds of elements. Just the backwards airtime hill, the outer banked hill where you just press against your lap bar, and then it just, what a ride, man. We're gonna try to find Amy and hit the train. And I think that's gonna be it for us because we got a long drive to Carowinds tomorrow. So maybe 1 train ride, that'll be all.
Feet of track, full of leaps and dips. The 400-foot ride, river, and loved ones inside the train cars.
So because of Sophie's little shenanigans and our 5-hour drive, she is going to have a $6 air, what do you call this?
Where's the air?
We're paying for air. All right, train done, arcade done, Amy's done too. So that is going to be it for Busch Gardens. That was a very short but successful day.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Got on 9 of the rides. The only one that was closed was Tempesto. That's all right, it's a clone. It happens. Pretty much no wait for anything, and we ended the day with the best coaster.
Pantheon.
One of the best coasters in the world, best coaster in the park. Pantheon was amazing. So that's all for now. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Welcome to, if you can't tell already, Carowinds. Sophie, are you ready to ride the most boring coaster that you've ever ridden in your whole life?
Yep.
She thinks Fury's boring. She's crazy.
Well, it has a drop.
It has a drop, it has some things. It's one of the best layouts of all time. Anyway, if you guys want to hear us argue about Fury for the next 15 minutes, check out this vlog. And we're going to write up a bunch of other stuff too, as Sophie tries to get to 300 credits by the end of this trip.
Yep.
You gonna do it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get 5 credits here today. Possibly hurler, if it's not rough, but I have very low hopes for that. Sophie doing the obligatory in 2 states at once. Sophie, get back in my state. Okay, that's the last time I tell you, Missy. Amy, you have to get out of both states. You can't be in both states at once. What are you doing? It is kind of wet out here, but it's also quite humid. Sophie, are you sweating yet?
A little bit.
Yeah. So our goal is to get 5 new credits for Sophie and rewrite the 3 that she liked so much, which was Fury, which she thought was boring, Thunder Striker, which is the first time I get to see that, and Copperhead Strike, which seems to be Jekyll and Hyde in terms of if it's good or bad. So let's see how it is this year. You just got an awesome pack row ride on Fury. What'd you think?
Yeah, that was a lot better this time. I don't know, it just seemed
It was just better for some reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe because the trains are full. I mean, we walked right on. It's not that busy today. It is a Friday, but the weather is kind of questionable. And there's great capacity on this thing, too. But they did have a full train, and maybe that helped. Last time, the park was pretty dead when we were here. So that was a great ride. I have no complaints. I know the first ride I got on with Sophie last year, we were like in row 2, and it wasn't that good, and I might have jaded her a little bit. But now that we got to start in row 8, I think she's a fan. Fury fan, officially?
Sure.
Better than Diamondback?
No.
Okay. We'll work on our rankings. We'll release those at the end of the year. Guys ever ride Fury and check out the store afterward? This is like one of the best merchandise stores for any coaster I've ever seen. It's really, really awesome. So we are going to try to ride Vortex. I don't think I've been on this in 6 years. Sophie, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
She rode Firebird, she rode Green Lantern. This is kind of a combination of the two. So I guess we'll give it a try and see what happens.
Buckle your safety belt and pull up on your shirt.
Some people call that the worst B&M. I didn't think it was that bad. Sophie?
No, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. It wasn't jerky or rough or anything. It's a little outdated and small, but I'm glad Sophie got to ride it because I was a little nervous it'd be a head smasher, and it wasn't.
Anyone having difficulty should go. Must be stored in a pocket. Hands must.
Copperhead Strike, the Jekyll and Hyde coaster. I would say that was more towards whatever character is the not good one. Sophie, what do you think?
I think it was a fun ride.
Yeah, it has good elements.
Yeah.
But the ride as a whole kind of has some dead spots. I think.
I think it was good.
You think it was good?
I think it was fine.
Was it better than last time?
Yes.
Okay.
And I like the theming.
The theming's good. Yeah, Granny's Moonshine, snakes and misspelled words all over the place.
Yep. This is one of the rides where you will fall out if you're not wearing your...
Right, yeah. Yeah, she was talking about loops where you will or won't fall out. And she's like, oh, which ride was it that you were saying that you would fall out? Was it Loch Ness Monster?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that one you'll definitely fall out. You fall in the first loop if you don't want to have your lap bar down. So I thought it was a fun ride. Just when you're talking about like the 1-2 punch of the park, I'd probably put Afterburn over it. Okay, Sophie wants to do Boot Blasters. I've never done it before, so I guess we're going. Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, never mind. Boot Blasters was down. So, let's check out the brand new Aeronautica Landing. It's the first time I've seen it. Brand new area they introduced last year. See if it's any, see if it beats Steamtown at Six Flags America. Okay, this is a Zamperla, so apparently it's going to open for 1 week and then not again until next year. So Aeronautica Landing, nice little area. It's nice how they kind of incorporated some new rides there, and then also has a lot of historical airplane. You know, this is the birthplace of flight, North Carolina. So that was pretty nice. Nice little area. Not like super themed like Steamtown, but still a really good addition to the park. And just on the outskirts of that is Afterburn, which Sophie will be riding for the first time. Well, I have not ridden Afterburn in, 5 years? 2019? That was Sophie's first time. Sophie, what did you think about that?
That was like the smoothest thing I've ever ridden.
Seriously, like most inverts have a little bit of shakiness up to them. That was pretty much 100% glass smooth the whole way. We went in row 3. Could have ridden the back, but I wanted to spare her because I know that ride can get kind of intense. So it was a little bit more mild in the front, but so smooth. And you still get all that speed. Like, that was one of the most relentless rides, inverts, you can possibly imagine. Probably only second to, I'd say, Batman, in terms of it just doesn't let up. In terms of you just one element after another, you're just whipping through them. So I'd say that was an excellent invert. Sophie, Afterburn or Alpengeist?
Afterburn.
The Alpengeist had a couple moments, didn't it?
Yeah.
A couple moments that weren't so great. Afterburn was pretty awesome. Sophie, what are the 2 most magical words in coaster enthusiast land?
You guys are all creepful.
Empty backseat?
No, Buzz Bars. Well, that was Sophie's 293. She is 7 away from 300.
I thought I already wrote that.
No, you have not ridden that one. You've ridden stuff like that before, like Canada's Wonderland, King's Island, King's Dominion. Yeah, they used to like to pack in these clone coasters back in the old King's Entertainment days, back in the 70s. So, yeah, that you had not ridden that yet. So that's 293. And what did you think about that?
Pretty janky.
Pretty jank. I mean, it's one of those coasters you can feel the floor of the car like bending as you're riding, which is, you know, typical for an old coaster. But 2 trains on a kiddie coaster. The funny thing is that they hadn't even opened the gates yet to let the other people on the first train when we hit the brake run. So how necessary 2 trains is on a kiddie coaster, I don't know, but I like the effort. All right, Sophie, we rode the 2 kids coasters in the area. Kitty Hawk, was that jankier than Woodstock Express?
Yes.
So that's embarrassing for Kemah, man. This thing's like from 2003. It's jankier than an old wooden coaster. This has the old restraints that come on right by your ears, kind of like the bad at Lagoon. Yeah, so those can definitely cause some head and neck banging. This one wasn't too bad, I don't think, but I think Carowinds needs to give this a little renovation, maybe change the trains or something, because you know, it seems pretty popular. You know, it's the most biggest line in the park, but still not too good. That might be the only Hawk that Sophie gets to ride today, because Nighthawk I have not seen go all day, and would not shock me if that was just down. And just a confirmation, the ride is not scheduled to open today, being Nighthawk. Right there. So, Sophie, we're not going to ride this today. It's not a big deal. This probably is the worst of the flying coasters, so maybe I'm sparing you a headache. I don't know. I've not ridden this thing in 6 years either. And when I did ride it, it wasn't that bad, but I was expecting the worst. So we got 4 credits. I'm going to try to ride Hurler to see if it's okay for her to ride. I'm not optimistic about that. But if we can, then all we need is 5 more at Dollywood, and she gets 300. Sophie, the changed names is a new credit?
No.
No? I'd say yes.
Welcome back, riders. Please remain seated.
Sophie, guess what? You just got thunderstruck.
Okay.
Don't copyright me, AC/DC. So she doesn't remember writing that. That was her favorite ride here last time.
It still is.
Still is. Better than Fury.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so we can't call it Intimidator anymore because it's not. We lost the theming. So what are we gonna call it? Like Thunder Trimmer? I guess. It's not as clever, but I guess we can. Good airtime. Not my favorite hyper. What's better, this or Apollo?
This.
This or Diamondback?
Diamondback.
That's right. See, she knows what's up. Okay, so before Sophie rides Hurler, I wanted to pre-ride it, see how it is. I don't remember it being that rough, just kind of boring. It's kind of how I came away with it. It was a little bit rough in a couple spots, but nothing that would really hurt your head. Just you just kind of feel like the track. But man, what a boring layout. Jeez, I can't get over how bad that layout is. It's shockingly bad. It's like, who designed this thing? I think they only designed 2 coasters, just in the other Hurler, which is long gone. Carowinds, I think it's time, man. Get rid of this thing. Yeah, Sophie on her push for 300. Only the push for 300 can make her try out the one and only Hurler. Alright, we're waiting for the front row to maximize our smoothness and possibly maximize our airtime, if that exists. $295. Sophie is 5 away. We're gonna get there at Dollywood tomorrow, I hope.
Yep.
Sophie, good?
It was fine.
Mid?
Yeah.
Not terrible.
No.
In the front row, it is smoother. In the back, there was a few moments where it's like, okay, it's getting kind of rough. That in the front didn't really have that. The airtime in the front, maybe like negative 0.0001 G. But hey, I'll settle for a smooth ride. A +1 for Sophie on the coaster credit. And that's the last credit she's gonna get here today. I think it's time for Fury, right?
Sure.
Fury round 2, we got row 7. That was phenomenal. Sophie just said it was fine.
Yeah.
Amy, how did you like Fury? Does it make you want to dance? I heard it makes you want to dance. I got proof. This tree is full of these little bugs. It's crazy.
That's a lot of seats. Made it?
Well, we just finished 3 rides on the Carolina Sky Tower. Thank you, Amy, for making us go 3 whole times. Say hi, everyone. Count to 5. You wanna go 5 times? We only went 3 times. Another awesome day at Carowinds.
Yep.
Are you more happy, excited, or tired?
Tired.
Tired. We were here for about 4 or 5 hours or so. I think Sophie has a newfound respect for Fury 325.
Yes.
I think so. She got 5 more credits. And yeah, all in all, another awesome day. Friday, not that crowded. Pretty much walked on everything except for Kitty Hawk, which for some reason people flock to. So we're out of here. One last park on our trip, Dollywood. See you then. So on our way out, we noticed that these people on Thunderstriker aren't thunderstruck. They are, in fact, thunderstuck.
Okay, sorry. I couldn't resist. It's a dad joke. Couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay? Please don't unsubscribe. Coming in 2016, Lightning Rod, the world's first and fastest wooden launch coaster. It's gonna be lit. Coming in 2024, Chain Rod. Listen, pal, at least it's open. Take it or leave it.
Welcome to Dollywood. This is the last park on our epic 2024 road trip. And I don't know if you can see it from back here, but Lightning Rod with the chain lift is my main goal. I want to see if it's any better. I just saw it go. The chain is pretty fast. I whipped out my camera trying to get a shot, and almost missed it because it was so fast. So hopefully it doesn't take too much away from the ride, but we'll find out. It is Saturday. It is absolutely packed just based on the parking lot. So let's see what we can do.
Get your photo with her?
So this whole trip, we have really not had to deal with lines. The longest lines we've dealt with was at Knoebels. Even that wasn't that bad. But this is a Saturday. Last Saturday we were at American Dream. There was like no lines anywhere. But yeah, now we are at Dollywood on a Saturday, which is not a smart idea, just the way it goes. So I did break down. I got spooked by the parking lot, and I did buy a fast lane, or the time saver. The second best one that gets us one on Lightning Rod, one on Fire Chaser, and none on Big Bear, so we're going there first. Sophie is 5 credits away from 500? No, 300. Don't get ahead of myself here. 300. So we should easily be able to get that today. I'm thinking maybe number 500 could be Wild Eagle, but why do I keep saying 500? Because you need 5 coasters. I need to get my head on straight. Okay, Wild Eagle, probably the best option for number 300. What do you think, Soph?
I don't know.
She doesn't know anything. So walking to Wildwood Grove, you wouldn't believe that the parking lot was pretty much full when we got here, just based on the deadness of the back of the park. I'm guessing that everyone has already found their way to Wildwood Grove or Lightning Rod by now. Some rides and games here are free and require no wait. Sophie, was that walk long enough for you?
No.
I think that was the longest walk we ever had to a coaster.
It wasn't that bad.
Wasn't that bad? Okay, that's good. Glad to hear it. Big Bear Mountain, actually the time saver line actually looks longer than the real line, which is kind of strange. But it doesn't look like it's going to be too long. So let's check out my one new credit for the day. Well, we got on Big Bear. Sophie.
Yep.
Liked it?
Yes, that was smooth. It was fast. I like the theming.
Yeah, onboard audio also.
Yes. I wish it was a little bit longer because that was really fun.
Yeah, it was still a very long ride though. Very long ride.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
So in terms of forces, pretty much had none. But that's okay because that's not what it's meant for. It's meant to be a very smooth, touristic ride around Wildwood Grove. That's what it is. It's a lot of fun. Like that is, it's perfect for what it does. Is it gonna make my top 100? No. Sophie says it's better than Fury,
yes.
But that's her ranking. It's not mine. So she can do whatever she wants. I don't care. So that was the longest line of the day. It's the only line that we can't get past today. So, Sophie,
yep.
Ready to brave the Dollywood crowd today?
Yeah.
With our time saver?
Not really.
You must remain seated with restraint on.
Well, we just completed the Vekoma Wildwood bifecta, I guess. Is that like a trifecta but 2? Wild Dragonflyer.
Yep.
Yes.
I forgot the fun of this coaster.
Yeah.
I remember it being a fun little suspense coaster, not much, but that was really good.
That was super intense. We got the back row, and the forces down the drop and around the first turns are crazy. It kind of tapers off at the end, but yeah, it was it had all the forces that Big Bear is lacking. If you guys want forces in Wildwood Grove, even with Time Saver, that took about 15 minutes. So we'll see how the Time Saver works for the rest of the rides. I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things where everyone has it, so it's going to be kind of semi-useful. But I think right now we're going to hit Mystery Mine while we're here. Give Sophie her number 297, and then hit Lightning Rod right with the chain for the first time, which not a new credit. Sorry, guys. Ready for the mystery of Mystery Mine?
No, you're scaring me.
The first time I rode with my brother, I didn't tell him anything either, and it was a lot of fun for me, at least. All right, the park is filling up, and Time Saver is going to help us on this one because Mystery Mine, as usual, the bad capacity, has a pretty long line. Right, here we are on the time saver line for Mystery Mines. I've officially scared the poop out of Sophie. She thinks there might be a drop track, a launch, or something hidden. I said half this ride's inside, half outside, so there's some little surprises, I think. Things you might not see coming. Let's see. Maybe I'm overhyping it. Maybe. We'll see. Let's ride it and see what happens.
Okay, here's the deal. We finished the first half, get stuck on the base of the second lift. The lights turn on and they announce they're gonna evac. So, as the credit judge, I declare, you get half a credit. That's what I say.
Sophie, how did you enjoy credit number 297 and a half?
That was quite the adventure.
That was an adventure. My first mid-course evac. We always argue what happens when you need a credit and you get evac'd off the mid-course brake run. In this case, right before the final lift hill. And I would say, I don't think it counts as a credit, but when's that ever gonna come up, right?
Yep.
Well, it just did. So, we will come back to that. We were on the break. We were stuck there for a good, 20 minutes at least. But the good news is that they gave us a card to get on another ride. So that works out to our advantage because we only have one time saver for lightning rod. Now we have two. So there you go. And maybe we'll hit Mystery Mine as your 300th, just because it's so memorable now.
Yes.
Sophie, it is time for chain run ride. Let's see how this is.
I'm so depressed I can't even blink.
All right, Sophie, give it to me straight.
I'm sorry, Lightning Rod. You were ruined by the evil creators of RMC.
It was RMC's fault that they had to take away the launch?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I think the sentiment's there. The look she gave me on the lift hill was just like, are you freaking kidding me right now? That is a fast lift hill, but it's not a launch. It's not. But you know what? Lightning Rod's open. I guess that's the good thing. The ride did feel a little bit slow. We sat in row 8. That was as far back as we could go. Did it feel a little slow to you, so?
A little bit.
The first half was extremely slow. Then it started to pick up speed as we went along. We do have the extra pass. The line is very long, but we were able to get on with our time saver.
They did say they were going to slow it down for a little bit.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't rough. I heard that it was getting rough. I didn't feel any roughness anywhere on the ride. Did you feel any roughness?
There were little spots, but it wasn't bad.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. I thought it was just fine. I was kind of worried that it was going to get rough, but it was fine. Yeah, I think we need to give that ride another shot later on. We have that exit pass. Hopefully, it can redeem itself because right now I don't think it's a top 10 ride anymore. There's Blazing Fury's line spilling out the door. That's how you know it's a Saturday. So we just got back row Tennessee Tornado.
Yeah, that was something.
That was an experience.
Yeah.
Of all the rides you've ridden, that was one of them. I thought that was hauling. I don't remember that ride hauling that much. Like, did you gray out a little bit in the loops?
No.
I did, and I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, we got the back row, so yeah, we were whipping through those things, and it was very short, very smooth. One thing I noticed this time around was on that loop. The track tilts while you're going up and around that loop. That was weird. I don't think I've noticed that before. So Tennessee Tornado, cool ride. Something you want to re-ride later?
No.
All right, okay. Bye Tennessee Tornado. Nice knowing you. Sophie, first time we rode this, lightning shut it down. Second time we rode this, the ride broke down. You do not have this credit. What will you do if this breaks down again?
I will fall against the wall and crash.
Okay. Pretty much you'll throw a tantrum, Amy style. Sophie,
Yeah,
you did it.
I did.
This was her white whale. It was a thunderstorm when we were right gonna get on it last time, and then it broke down at the end of the night. But finally, she rode it. Was it worth the wait?
No, but I'm very, very happy I did get to ride it.
Yes. So I mean, sometimes when you have like a white whale like that, it doesn't even matter if it's good or not. You're just happy you got on it. I thought it was a little bit like bumpy, right?
Yeah.
A little bit. It wasn't too bad, but it's a Gerstlauer, so what do you expect? Other than that, fun family ride. Big Bear's better.
Enjoy your ride out. We'll see you back here in 222.
This one, yeah. Okay, first off, shout out to Caden, rocking those trains out really fast on Wild Eagle. They're pretty much dispatching before the train gets back to the brake run, which is awesome. Sophie, that was credit $299.5. That would have been your 300th credit had Mystery Mine not just completely fell apart.
Yeah.
So, what'd you think?
That was really good actually. It was
Yeah.
really smooth.
Probably the best ride I've ever had on Eagle. Just in terms of the forces, didn't pinch me this time. Those vests always pinch my thighs, not this time. And very smooth too. We were in the second to back row. I gave her the inside seat, outside seat.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was not rough. So that would have been a good 300, but we'll settle for Mystery Mine. Meanwhile, in Amy Land. So Wildwood Grove has gotten so big, it's almost like hard to imagine this park without it, and that's how it was just a few years ago. So the girls are playing in there. We were gonna catch a bubble show, but we'll have to wait for that because Amy's having way too much fun in the water. So for now, they're playing. I'm gonna go test ride Thunderhead, see if it's Sophie appropriate. I heard it's smooth. I'll be the judge of that.
48 inches to run.
Well, I just test rode Thunderhead, and it does get my stamp of approval. That was one of my favorite rides that I've gotten on it, probably since the first year I've ridden it. Very smooth. They definitely fixed both halves. So the first time I rode it like a couple years ago, man, the first half, it was just horrifyingly rough. And now, the whole thing's pretty smooth. The second half's smoother than the first half, but yeah, I think I'm going to take Sophie on this one when she's ready. But yeah, good on Dollywood for fixing this thing. Amy, where are we gonna ride? Ride the bears? Okay. Count this as a coaster credit. I don't care what people say. Sophie, Wildwood Grove, you a fan?
Yeah.
You guys fans of Wildwood Grove too?
Yes.
How's Dollywood? Best park in the country?
Probably, yeah.
I might be. Sophie, what do you think? Better than Busch Gardens?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I don't think so.
I think so.
Amy just picked up her 11th coaster credit. Amy, you give Whistle Plunk Chaser a thumbs up? Thumbs up, all right. This will be very interesting to see. Wow. It's a busy day, but the longest line of the day by far is the line for cinnamon bread. All right, cinnamon bread all for me. None for Sophie. All right, Sophie, we rode Wild Eagle, what, like 4 hours ago?
Yep.
Since then, we've been playing in Wildwood Grove, been riding Amy rides, watching bubble shows. So, you're stuck on $299.5.
Yep.
Are you finally ready to get that last one?
Yes,
that last half a ride. So, Mystery Mine has broken down twice today when we were thinking about riding it. I don't know if it's open right now. We're gonna find out. And if it's not, then we might be in trouble. I don't know what we're gonna do. Sophie, this guy, he thought he had us. He thought he couldn't fool us by giving us half a ride. So we got it.
Yep.
So when I remember the first time I rode Lightning Rod, I was like just begging the train to get over the lift hill, and then nothing else mattered after that. I felt the same way getting over that second lift hill on Mystery Mine with Sophie.
Yeah.
Because that's where we got stuck last time, and as long as we get over that hill, we're good. And Sophie just got her 300th coaster. How was it?
I was expecting a lot more.
On the finale?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a short finale, but it's a good one. We got rewarded by all of our efforts by getting hit in the head with change on the finale. We both got hit in the head with coins.
I was hearing it the whole ride.
Yeah, me too. And then it came flying out and hit us both in the head. It got us both somehow. So Mystery Mine has been messing with us all day. Got one last shot on us, but you know what? It doesn't matter because Sophie got 300. Each year, 2022, you got 100 at Sesame Place. 2023, Leviathan, and now 2024, you got this guy right here. We didn't think it was gonna be Mystery Mine, but it's too good of a story. We'll always look back on this day and remember 300th coaster was the one that we got stuck on and had to rewrite later. So, Sophie, congratulations.
Thank you.
Amy, what is this? This is your kind of your tea party? These are your friends? Sophie, how long has your sister been playing with the sprinklers?
I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
I think it's been more like an hour. All right, so Sophie's not feeling so great, so she's gonna skip out the last couple rides. No Thunderhead, no Barnstormer, and no Lightning Rod for her. But I will do Lightning Rod one more time. Let's look at that extra pass I got from getting stuck on Mystery Mine. So I'm gonna give it one more shot, see if it's running a little faster now, and hopefully it's a little better now. Well, I just got round 2 on Lightning Rod. I got back row this time, so I got the full experience. And it was very similar to the first one. The roughness was a lot worse in the back, especially the only part where was a problem was after the wave turn before the first twist and shout. It really got jackhammery there. And that first twist and shout pretty much offers like no air time, which is really unfortunate because it's one of the key parts of the ride. But by the time it hits the second one, then you're getting tossed out of your seat. So it just seems like the first half just runs really slow, and then it really picks up. The second twist and shout, and then the big camelback before the quad down. Those are pretty solid. But by that time, the ride's almost over. So it's kind of like you're missing out on that whole first half. So did the chain cause that, or is it just because the ride's aging? I don't know. But in the end, Lightning Rod is still a really fun ride. But is it going to be in my top 10 come year end when I do my final rankings? Not a chance. Whoop. Oh. Well, we left here 2 years ago, and Sophie took a huge step by riding Lightning Rod. That kind of unlocked her from riding all these other coasters, and wouldn't you know, 2 years later, we're back right here, and Sophie gets her 300th credit. Mystery Mine. Took a lot, but we got it. Sophie, good day at Dollywood?
Yeah.
Well, good day for all around. Pretty crowded, but we managed and got everything done. So, thanks for watching. See you next time. So when people ask, what's the #1 coaster that you need to re-ride more than anything else in the whole world? I said it's Boardwalk Bullet at Kemah Boardwalk, the gravity group that is the most compact coaster in the whole world, as far as I know. The way it winds around its own plot with all that track, it's insane. So that was good. Sophie, what'd you think?
It was a little bit shaky, but it was a good ride.
Yeah, it was a little bit shaky, but in terms of a wooden coaster, I thought it was perfectly fine. A little bit of airtime. I did get stapled pretty bad. Me and Sophie got the back row. Yep. It was awesome. And the only complaint really is that the PTC lap bars do kind of staple you. And at the very end, the last 15 seconds of the ride, it does slow down to the point where you kind of, it's like, yeah, they could have ended this a little bit early. So Boardwalk Bullet, is it an elite wooden coaster? I would say no, but is it very, very good? Absolutely. If you're in Houston, the Houston area, definitely check it out. I am standing in front of what might be the most underrated, underappreciated coaster in the whole country, Prairie Screamer, Prairie Playland, Grand Prairie, Texas. It's in the middle of a flea market, so go figure. We just got a ride in the back seat. Sophie, how was that?
I can see why this ride is underrated.
It is so unbelievably crazy. We rode this a couple years ago. It was freezing cold. Train was empty. It wasn't that fast. That was insane. I was getting airtime, like just insane airtime all over the place. It was jerking us back and forth. It was like, and it's a long ride too. I think it lasted forever. So if you guys are visiting Dallas or going to over Texas, be sure to drive 10 minutes south and ride the Prairie Screamer. $6 a ride, $6 the park. It is worth it. You will not regret it.